Sorry, I forgot. Hi. Hey. It's skycat.live. What's up, guys? It's 3:52 p.m. on a 10/16/2024. I am well hydrated. I am well vaped. I am... What the hell was that? That was my mouse falling because my cord pulled it. Sorry. I just walked for 2 hours. I am ready to do my stream. Come on, do some New World, EvE, and FFXI, and I'm excited as hell, and it's a good day. I'm excited to be here. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for being here with me. We're going to kind of pull it back there a little bit and get the camera a little bit more situated. Hi, guys. How are you today? It is good to see you. It is the 16th, and in a few days I will do some music and stuff, but I've just been doing a lot of video game stuff, and that's all that I've really been focused on, so we'll see. Yeah, I gotta get on her. Today we'll be doing some New World Aeturnum. The launch has been, this client has been loading for a long time, and I don't think it's even with us anymore. This fucking load. They said they were going to improve it, but it's actually the worst it's ever been. Come on, man. What's with this fucking... What is this? You're, like, not even giving me the client. I don't even know, guys. Anyways, I'm gonna drop it off. Already we have software fucking cocksucker developers fucking ruining my stream. Pretty much first 10 seconds. You can see it. Just fucking stupid-ass piece of shit software developers fucking failing. I can't do anything about it, man. See it? Can't even do anything. Can't even get the client to fucking load or anything like that. I'm just gonna restart it, I guess. Fucking losers. What can I do? Terribly sorry, guys. Piece of shit software developers are going to suck 50 billion bags of dicks and ruin their fucking careers and their lives. And ruin our lives by extension. I don't know why they're like this, but they are. You can see it. Watch this client stumble. Watch this fucking client stumble. How long does this screen take? Let's clock this fucking horrible ass fucking exercise. Every other game I have load, even Rust loads in like maybe 2 minutes, something like that. Let's watch how long you take. Just to get over this fucking splash screen. Let's time it. You worthless piece of shit company. And your fucking worthless piece of shit client. Watch. I do these things to hopefully they prosecute you in court one day. Any competent lawyer could come take your money away from you. This is what you sell kids. This is how you screw kids. Some lawyer with some competence should come after you and really hit one of you guys pretty big. Maybe kill maybe not World of Warcraft. Maybe I don't know, big company though. Maybe face punch somebody. Just show the world, show a jury, show a courtroom what you guys do to us every single time we try to use your product. You can see it. I'll do it right in the intro. Show how much fucking dick you suck at your fucking job. How many people, how many kids you're fucking over and stealing from. How bad your clients are. Oh, cool. Now you've hung a whole bunch. And you would say that it's my computer, but no, every other client I have loads in fucking, 10 seconds, 45 seconds, something like that. But no, ever since I bought New World, this is one of the original things I told my friend. I was like, yeah, I'm not sure it's my game because the load is terrible. The client is not optimized and all this other stuff. And that's originally why I said this game wasn't that good. Cool. What are we at now? Are we at, yeah, cool. We're almost at 2 minutes now. Let's just keep it going. You stupid fail piece of shit fucking conglomerate. Fuck you. Now you're ear raping us with this terrible, terrible sound. We don't know why. We don't know why you think that's normal or okay. None of us can figure it out. None of us know. Your weird disconnects, your broken spaghetti brains, or whatever it is that made you think it was okay to go live like this. So there we go. Okay, was a 2 minute load. I don't know. I mean, it's not a 2 minute load because it's a 2 minute load right now. Let's see if we can even get in, I fucking doubt it. And this is on lowest settings. 4060 Ti, 4.7 gigahertz, 64 gigabytes of RAM. Alienware R11 Aurora. Look at this fucking load. Now, think about every single time, every day. So think about how much time that is and why you should face the lawsuit and maybe lose your company. I think any competent lawyer should have taken your company from you by now. It's weird for me to call for lawyers to destroy you, but I mean, I kind of need one of you piece of shit software developers to actually take a fall so that the scene understands it's not okay for you to treat us like this anymore. Okay, we're at 3 minutes and 10 seconds right now. I mean, now you're crashing and hanging. I don't know. I'm just going to leave it. Hope that you come back or... Maybe I won't play New World. I don't know. If this is the experience every single fucking day, every single worthless ass day that I know you, I don't think I want to know you. We might have had a full-blown catastrophic crash. I don't know why. Well, I know why. It's because you just rehauled the game and completely relaunched it and lied about how it's a fucking, you know, like anything new, but it's not new. There is some new stuff in it. Yeah, I think we got a full-blown catastrophic crash, so I'm not taking this timer off. I'm not taking it off. It counts towards your load. This 4-minute load, this counts towards your next load because you still haven't even managed to load the game. This is still your 4-minute load. This is still, I mean, I'm literally, look how long it's going to take me to get this game to run. You are fucking bad at what you do. And not only that, but you screw children, and I believe you should face jail time over it and lose your company and maybe a big, massive tort lawsuit. All the gamers, we kind of come after you guys for doing this stuff. Your easy anti-cheat stuff that locks me out of playing other games and all this other stuff. I want to see EAC, I want to see them tits up, I want to see them sued and completely destroyed because I can't play two EAC games at the same time. That to me is like industry theft on the level that's up there on like the billions of dollars level or something like that. And so I want EAC dead, just like I kind of want AGS dead, just like I kind of want Blizzard dead and all these other terrible ass companies who think it's okay for this kind of load. I don't think it's okay. No, not at all. No. So you guys can suffer through it with me on stream. You can just watch me suffer. Watch me suffer through 5, 10, 15, 20-minute loads. Worse than the Xbox era fucking Elder Scrolls shit where you would take 45 minutes to load into a fucking game because you had stuff all over the world or whatever. This is worse. We have regressed to beyond worse. This is the state of the goddamn software industry. You can fucking see it right in front of your fucking 5.5-minute face. You know what I'm saying? Watching you suck dick. This is not okay. What is this thing? I don't sign up for this. I don't agree with this. I don't want this on the client. I don't want this splash screen. I'm not cool with it. I don't know what it is, and I don't ever want to see it again. I believe it to be some form of industry theft, but I'm not sure how. Okay, cool. We're at 5 minutes and 50 seconds. We've experienced our second crash here. Hey, cool. Are you hung? Are you live? Are you hung? Are you crash? Are you live? Are you crash? Are you hung? Are you hung? Are you crash? Are you loading screen? Are you crashed? Are you hung? Are you live? Why is this legal? Why do you still have a company? Why can't we sue you? Why can't a tort lawsuit fucking lawyer get a fucking clue? Why is this legal? And this has happened on every client of New World, on every computer I've ever played it on. I played this game on 3 different computers now, and no matter what, way back in 2021, 4 years ago, it was like that. It was like this then, and it's like this now, and I don't know why it's legal. I really don't know why this shit is legal. Why is that legal? What are we at now? We're at 6 minutes and 30 seconds, right on stream. Why is it legal for you to do this? I want to see your company fall. I do. I don't care if this game were to be the casualty. I want to see your company fall for the mass theft that you engage in on the daily. I do. I'm witch hunting out for blood on this one. Maybe this load will work, maybe it won't. Regardless, I'm still out for blood and I want your company to die for this kind of thing. Okay, cool. We're at 7 minutes now. And we're going to count it towards the overall. How long did it take me to log into New World today? I timed it. Are we hung? Are we live? Are we, I mean, where's my cursor? What's going on? Yeah, you're live, but you're just sitting there. You understand how angry this makes me? I had to have like an existential fucking battle with my fucking anger. I think about, you know, blowing up the buildings that you work in and stuff. I get that angry. I'm like, oh my God, the amount of torture that you put me through in my goddamn in my life, it's not acceptable. And you've done this to me all of my life. We're at eight and a half minutes here, and I might have to call this a fucking wash. We didn't get in. Maybe I'll cut this as a video and I'll just put it live. Dear AGS and New World, why is it legal for you to force me to do a 13-minute login every single day? There's this word jank that comes up constantly. This is like the worst jank I've ever fucking experienced in any game. It absolutely is. We have lost the load now, obviously. I don't know what, I mean, I don't even know. You act like you're live. I don't think you're hung, you know? You're not hung. You're just a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit company. I'm not sure I can put my faith in you. If this happens for another day tomorrow, I'm not going to play this game anymore. I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. If this is how your client is, okay, you're at 10 minutes. I gave you 10 minutes. I gave you your fair shake at trying to load. You guys don't know shit about self-control. You don't know shit about my anger. You don't know shit about what I have to deal with. You see it every day, but you don't really understand what it does to me. Watching it do this, it boils my blood, quite literally. Makes me homicidally angry. Watching it stumble and wait and tick, 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 tick. Why? Reinstalls won't work. I could reinstall this, but 60 gigs. That's unfair to Steam. Why should I have to fucking put Steam through another 60 gig download just because you guys can't design a fucking title? Okay, cool. We're at 11 and a half minutes now on the third load. Here's the ear rape and the unacceptable, like, sound. We're 12 minutes in. You see why I went to the mental institution? Is because I do things like this all day long expecting a different result. Software developers have literally taken my sanity. Okay, good. Let's keep trying. I don't believe you. Nice headless character. Nice bug as soon as we came in. Nice. Okay, we'll hang at about where the V is below that rose. Oh no, we got earlier. It hung earlier. Never mind. Oh no, we're still going around where that V is under the pink rose. It'll be right up coming up here. We'll freeze solid and we'll just hang because you suck dick and you don't have a workable game. 2 days into Aeturnum, it worked for day 1, but it's not working day 2. Oh, we hung even further before that. Nice. This is an unplayable game. Yeah, right about where the fire, ice, lightning, nature, and void thing. You can literally chart where it's hanging. It's right below the V in void. Yeah, it just hangs right there because you have some spaghetti code. Now I'm fucked and I can't even alt tab or anything at all. This client has full blown died. You were acting like you were alive, but no, you are full hung. Like, let's go see what's going on in the fucking system tray. What are you doing? See, look, you're completely hung. You have no idea what's going on. I don't know, man. I'm gonna try one more thing. It could be me. It could be my monitor. I guess. I mean, my monitor has caused problems with other clients before. Maybe this client just doesn't like it after 15 hours yesterday of playing the game. I guess it just doesn't like it today, and this kind of an inconsistency makes me want to blow up the building that you guys work in. But anyways, all right, let's keep going. We're at 15 minutes here, guys, right to the second. Do you see a pattern here? Every 5 minutes, we try another load. It is going to be like that. Sometimes MMOs are like this. You just have to wait for the goddamn developers, fucking RNG, to let you on the server. It's disgusting. It's one of the things I hate the most about this industry is their complete and utter disregard of the fucking people who made them their money. It disgusts me. I would like most of them to lose their jobs, I would say. The way they've handled it, the way they treat us. I would say it would be okay for Bethesda to die, Amazon Game Studios to die, Blizzard to die, Square Enix to die. Yeah, I think I'd be okay. Maybe Jagex too. Yeah, I'd be okay with Jagex and Bethesda and all the big culprits and stuff. I'd be okay if they all died because they all treat me like this, all of them. What are we at here? We're at 17 minutes. Yeah, thanks. On stream. I should post this as a video on YouTube. Watch me try and load New World for 26 minutes straight. Why this is legal, why you still have a company is beyond me. That's literally what I would title that is what I would title the fucking video. Watch me try to load New World for 28 minutes straight on stream. Why AGS is still a solvent company is beyond me. Where's the tort lawsuit? How many kids do you treat like this? Please don't ear rape me. I mean, I know you're going to ear rape me here. I don't know why you're like this. Maybe I got a corrupted install. I suppose that is possible. But I mean, why is that my fault? I think it's weird because I think the community and everybody involved sort of assumes that's my fault somehow. All I did was click a button. If I have a corrupted install, that's on you, Amazon Games and fucking Steam. That's not on me. I'm the consumer who paid you money. If this shit doesn't work and I have to reinstall it, it's somehow in the community. That becomes my fault somehow. But no, it's your fault and you should be sued. You should lose your company. You should. Honestly, this is theft. It's theft in a very direct incorrect like level that harms kids. You can see it. It's disgusting. Look at what I have to do to just get in the game. It's disgusting. I can't play this game. I can't play this game. It won't even load. I'm going to quit this game right now today, maybe. This is your last chance. Come on, man. If it won't even fucking load, and that's not your last chance, I'm going to reinstall. I'm going to give you one last chance. I'm going to reinstall. I'm going to reinstall. But I mean, if the reinstall doesn't fix it, I suppose I'll give Steam the benefit of the doubt, and I'll give this company the benefit of the fucking doubt, and I'll reinstall. Look, something's different this time. You're gonna let me in because I have a different load screen or something. See it? Something is different this time. No, you hung. Oh wait, was it full screen? You can't handle full screen anymore. No, you hung at the same spot. Not the same spot, a little bit further. No, you hung. And I mean, yeah, I think I might stop battling you. I battled you for 4 years. You're obviously not my game if you can't even load. I'll give you one more chance and I'll reinstall the client on stream. But if you don't load, I'm going to fucking publish this video right now on stream. I'm going to publish this video. This was the day I quit New World forever. Watch me time 36 minutes of trying to get the game to even load. See it? We're at 19 right now. I'll publish the video. This was when I quit New World forever. 36 minutes of trying to load the game. Yeah, simple title. And I'll try to destroy your company, your game directly, just by myself. I'm letting the silence speak for me. We don't know. We don't know why you're like this. We don't know. There's many things this could be. I don't know what it could be. So let's I guess I'll try to troubleshoot this and I will give you the benefit of the fucking doubt. But I don't believe you have a workable title. I don't believe you do. And honestly, reinstalling it takes like an hour because you have a cantankerous fucking title. So I don't know. Yeah, don't do the preview. Ask when starting the game. Get out of it. What do we want today? Let's just try Aeturnum. And just see if it loads it. If you're even competent enough to load it. I don't even know. But yeah, I will quit your game and I'll publish a fucking video today. First video I've done in a long time. Full-blown trolling you. Full-blown trolling you live. And I didn't script this video or anything at all. I want the lawyers and the fucking kids and the gamers to see what you pieces of shit put us through every single fucking day of our fucking lives. It's unacceptable. Why you haven't been sued, why you have a solvent company is beyond me. This stuff is unacceptable. You can absolutely see it. This splash screen that takes 7 fucking minutes. Why is this legal? I mean, you can just watch the days of our lives tick by. Because we chose to be the customers of your particular product. You can just see the time that you guys steal. Fucking live in real time. You suck so much dick, and every single client in the MMO industry that I've ever used has done this to me. Every single one. Every last one. Still does it to me. Every single one of them. And so, I don't know, yeah, watching this timer, these are the days of our lives tick by while you suck dick and can't even manage to get a game to load. I mean, I don't know, man. I can't support your product any longer if you're going to be like this. I will go through the rigmarole on stream and publish a video called "This is the last time I play New World." This was the 45 minutes of me trying to get the game to reload, trying to get it to load, reinstalling, still not loading, quitting after 1,500 hours. And I will publish and I will attempt to kill your game by myself. Watch. You're gonna think my response was malicious and really mean and mauling and all this, but no, you can see why I'm so angry. You can see why. Why did you just ear rape us with this terrible, terrible shit? Why are you treating us like this? Did you not enjoy our money, or you think kids deserve this treatment, or? Oh God. I'm sorry, in lowest settings on an SSD, you can't even get the character's face to fucking load. I'm sorry, but All right, guys. Moment of truth before the reinstall. Are you going to manage to be able to load? I don't think so. I'll try to kill this game as I leave. Because honestly, I feel like you are trying to kill me. See, this kind of theft of my time is like literally to me, it's like you're trying to drain my life force away in the form of my time. I do. I consider it with Blizzard and Squaresoft and Bethesda and AGS treat me like this. I consider this to be like a war on my life force. Essentially, you can see it. It ticks out by seconds as they suck your time away. It's like them sucking your life away. Oh, did you get it? Did you get it? No, you're going to hang again. But oh, no, you got it. Hey, you got it. Okay. So, never mind. It was the DX12 client. We see, man, I 24 minutes of crashing and loads before I just turned them, man. What do you? Where's my chat? You just censored me without even telling me, or what? Yeah, I guess you did. Wow. Okay. Damn, Everfall be busy. Everfall be busy. Everfall be busy. So, okay, guys, after 25 minutes, I will assume that their DX12 beta is worthless, and we saw how much time that they stole from me directly to test their product, which is them passing the business of doing the cost of business on to the consumer. Should be illegal in a tort lawsuit, should destroy companies like AGS, but no, the criminals have won. The world is entirely crime and criminals and stuff. They're allowing felons in Nebraska to vote because the world is crime now and criminals and people stealing and software developers just stealing and it's just crime and shittiness and people stealing your time and your money all the time now. That's all it is. That's all humanity is now. So as you can see, the 25 minutes that they stole trying to load the game the first time, Jesus Christ, man. Your weird, simple, fucking piece of shit reality. I can't believe what you want the world to be. And no, I will fight you and I will publish it too. I will fight you every time you steal 25 minutes from me, you worthless piece of shit corpos. Fuck you. And yeah, my desire to play the game is pretty much gone. Like full-blown gone. Plus the performance is frankly in the toilet. It is like way worse than it was yesterday. Every time I play, this guy shows up. It's so annoying. Isn't that a famous streamer, I think? I don't know. Yeah, Evil Biscuit. Isn't that a fucking streamer? Fairly sure. Or no, that's Total Biscuit is what I'm thinking. But yeah, that might be him. I don't know. Okay, cool. So at least we're in the game and we're getting 38 frames. For fuck's sake. And low. I don't know. This performance. You said that you were going to optimize this client. I'm going to leave town. It is like launch day, so of course it's going to have some inherent lag and stuff. But I don't know, man. These frames are fucking worthless. Fucking worthless. These frames are worthless. They're like 33. This game was not like this 2 days ago. This game was sitting at like, I don't know, 80, something like that. Now it's like 37, 42, 48 on lowest settings, right? Is this low? I don't know. What am I in? Am I in high? It's not my computer. No, it's you. It's you. This game was running in 120 like 2 days ago. It's you. I like this game, but they're like, I don't know. Having an existential crisis with it a little bit. You're like punishing me for being here with your terrible, terrible crash loads and your terrible, terrible frames. And I don't know, man. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't know, man. I don't know about this. See, now you're up to 90. Is it just Everfall? Out here, you're okay. You're like 60, 70, 60. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to play. It's fun. I'm just going to stop complaining. I just really think that you stealing 25 minutes of my life like that is really unacceptable. Like, unacceptable. You understand? And if it happens again, I'm probably going to kick you out of my life permanently. You can't have 25 minutes of my life like that. It feels like rape. It feels like time rape. You can't have 25 minutes. It feels like rape. I would take a physical rape over that, because honestly, like, that's just random and you can't really prevent that. It's just going to happen if somebody does that to you or whatever. But I'm signing up for your time rape. I go in and I try to log into the client and I voluntarily let you rape me for my time, and I feel tortured and I suffer and I complain while you fuck me out of that 25 minutes that I watch on stream tick away. Like, the 25 minutes of my life tick away. And I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do that very long. I don't know if I can do this with you. This is day 2. It was supposed to be better, but this is worse. This is worse than yesterday. I don't know. We're just going to assume that you're going to give me a good experience the rest of the day. But if you do this to me again, I probably won't try again with you. You understand? This is like the straw. I've walked away from so many games lately, and I'm in the mood to do it too. I'm inclined to walk away from this game forever. How much money? Oh, 1.1. I made 500 mil while I was sleeping. Oh. Hey, look, the game loaded. I mean, yeah, the EvE punished me yesterday with black screens and killed 3 of my ships as well. I mean, look at this black screen. Never mind. We can see that the software developers have lost control of their fucking products. You can actually see it live in a real time. It's fucking crazy. These developers can't even get their fucking games to load. It's like, oh. Worth it for the mobility. Worth it for mobility alone. Okay, your game loaded, so, you know, I realized that I was a little bit negative with you. You only stole 25 minutes of my life. I would like $1 for every fucking, just $1 for every minute that you stole. And I think we could call it even. But I mean, really, I mean, do you pay me for the time that you steal, you worthless piece of shit developers that have crashy clients that crash all day, every single fucking day? That constantly have to mod or re-download or patch or whatever. You know, come on, man. Stacked deck. What are we doing? There's a horse shop. Oh yeah, I guess I have to go way over there. Yeah, I guess I do. So I've got to recall to in. We will go out. Oh, there's lots of peoples here. Perhaps, I don't know what the water's like, so I will leave this ship. And I will come out in a venture, and if they leave me alone, I'll go out about my business. Go on about my business, but I'm not taking a 30 million ship out right now. I'll just lose it. I need to know that it's quiet. Some days in Poshvon, it is not quiet. Not quiet at all. They'll be jumping out every time that you jump out and shit like that. They'll be like bubbling the fucking gates and stuff. Some days it is not quiet here. And the miners want the miners want the bells, so they'll come in and they'll be like, "This is our shit," and they stomp anybody there. I'm scared you're gonna crash because then I might do the 25-minute load again. All right, so I am going out west. Yeah. You said you were going to improve the town. This is a degrading of the FPS in towns. It used to be better than this. You said you were going to redo the town so it wouldn't be all fucking laggy like this, but I'm pulling 20 frames. And it feels like it too. It sucks. Your cities could not handle the console. I'm starting to see the cracks in the armor of this piece of shit game. A lot of people saw it well, but it took me a long time to see it well. I love this game, but I'm not sure it should be my main if they're going to treat me like this. The 25 minutes today was unacceptable. It came very, very, very close to me writing off 1,500 hours like it was nothing and never playing this game ever again. I came very close to it. And that sucks. Because just yesterday I was like, oh, I love this game, I love this game, I love this game. But you can see it with their crack show. You're like, oh, right, I see why everybody left. Yeah, I remember now. I have forgotten. I can't stand the fucking sound of the mount. It sounds so terrible. It sounds like fucking terrible ear rape. It sounds like somebody's having an orgy with a wolf. It's disgusting. Why did you make this like this? I'm going to get rid of all the things that are annoying me. Fucking terrible. The voices are annoying me. The wolf snorts are annoying me. Your 25-minute fucking load-in is annoying me. The fact that the frames are sometimes 110, sometimes fucking 30, and I really don't know why that's legal. Sometimes they're 107, sometimes they're 30, and it makes no fucking sense. Like, maybe in a town, yeah, but I mean, I don't know, man. This is 2024. Why do you guys have the same problems with towns that you did in 2001? Did you not evolve in the last 24 years? I mean, that's kind of the implication. I think that's what most hackers are saying, is that hardware evolved, but software didn't. You just fucking rehashed everything that you had already made. It just kept reselling it. Like, that's what Windows is. That's what Windows for military is. Like, I don't know why you're like that. The software did not evolve, and so the same problems with towns and cities and MMOs and Stormwind way back in 2003 are the same problems that we're having in Everfall today. And it's like, I don't know, I'll pull 105 out here. Why? Because it's quiet? I don't really understand that. Like, then, okay, see how I can actually get good frames out here? Then design the game to look like this then. Every time you compact a city like that, it just drops the frames by like 100, and it sucks. It frankly sucks. Like, the first thing that I'd try to do is leave town, you know? I won't live in Everfall this time, I don't think. I want to live in, we call Ala Wahaha, but I mean, I can't get there till I'm like fucking 58. So, you know, I don't know where I'm going to live. it's I guess it's Everfall, but I don't think I'm gonna make a base there or build a base there. I will build a base in you know where I know they won't go is oh, you know, I've always wanted to live in Morningdale. And I'm not even that far from Morningdale. I'm like 22 or something like that. That's not that far from Morningdale. It's like another 3 or 4 days, something. But ex-Merc. Fucking Merc? You guys are Merc already? Motherfucker, it's been third. Hey, look, when the game has good frames, you know. Yep, it feels a lot better now that I can't hear her breathe. There's so much about this game that annoys me, and I'm learning now that I just don't like. I guess windowed loaded while I was alt tab. So, and I'm seeing that low isn't really gonna buy me frames. I'm just gonna sit in high. And now I want to see how long the load's gonna be. I'm gonna torture myself through this load again. But I want to see if it was DX12 or DX11, and I don't care if it takes 25 minutes again. I've got other fucking games to play, but I want to see what kind of load you're going to put me through again. I'm scared that, you know, I walked in the house here and you raped me coming in the door with a 25-minute time loss, and I need to know if you're going to do that to me again. I really do. I need to know. Because at that rate, I'm going to spend more time. Now, what the fuck was this? No, corporate vote. The fuck is this? Corporate. PS, corporate vote, PS. Okay, kill you, corporate vote. Remember to claim your free skill points. Kill you. Remember to claim your free skills from the NES. Alt-R is the market, is it? No, not at all. It's GTX. That's funny. I didn't know performance Alt-R was my performance overlay. I didn't know that. Anyways, I came out here to self-destruct and go take a look at my HyperNet stuff. We are going to load New World again just to see if you can load. Yeah, that's right. I'm voluntarily going into this fucking world, this fucking load anger again, because I need to know if you're going to rape me coming in the door again. If you are, I'm going to uninstall the game right here and go play something like Icarus instead. I'm full-blown serious, too. I'm going to uninstall the game. I'll play Once Human before I'll fucking deal with this, because I know Once Human will load. But, I mean, if you're going to fucking torture me with a load every single fucking time I play this game, I don't know, man. Like, we're going to restart the clock here. Let's load this clock. Yep, restart this clock. Yep, restart the clock. Okay, restart the clock here. It's already been 30 seconds, but we'll call it from the splash screen. I need to know how long you're going to take to get me into a load, you know. Are you? Yeah, you are. Okay, need to send out stuff. Oh no, that's everything, huh? I'm going to have one last glance at all the stuff that I have. I'm going to go on the other character too and send anything that she's got. Like those bronze leggings and bronze sublahar, those should just go to her. The brass rings, yeah. The shell shield, even if it is like another shell shield, I don't care. The bronze hammer is pretty good. I felt safer on white mage. It would be good to be thief white mage. Maybe. No. It would be good to go red mage. But I mean, I don't know. It's so hard. Thief is the one that's the least scary, but it's also the one that can respawn. I don't know. With Flea, you can definitely get out of problems. Probably the safest. Oh god, look at this fucking worthless ass load, man. This load has degraded significantly since even yesterday. And by that metric, I have to assume that you're just getting more incompetent by the day. I'm sorry, but That's my response to this. You are getting more and more incompetent by the fucking day. Oh, damn it. Let's go do something. I didn't know it was doing this. Fucking annoying. In extensions, there's something that's yeah, hides the bootloader. There it is. Okay. Okay, we are at 2.5 minute load, which is okay if you get me in every time. It's not okay. It's a goddamn fucking travesty. Would you like to see me load Horizon Forbidden West in 15 seconds, and you'll understand. I mean, now that's a single player game. It's not fair, but it's about as massive and as busy. I don't really understand. Like, you're loading. I think you're passing the cost of business on to the consumer. I really feel this way, you know. Yep. Now, as for the bootloader. Where did the bootloader go? Oh no, it just hides it, period. Good. Okay, good. Now, yeah, so we're going in to the main. I have to see if she's got anything. I can't believe I can't buy silver anymore. That's insane. Okay, we're in, and I wish to... Hey, I'm in? I am in. Okay, so we see that in window mode... oh, look, the frames are good, too. In high... Game looks good. It's playable. We're getting a 4-minute load without DX12. I will retire my complaints here. A 4-minute load is still goddamn fucking basically rape of my time, and I would like to see a lawyer take you of your company because of it. But I mean, what can I do? I'm not a lawyer. I don't run corporate fucking lawyers. I don't, I can't sue you over breach of trust or abusing us or anything like that. I can't sue you for that. So until that happens, I'm just gonna accept that you steal 4 minutes from me every single time I load, just like Rust, and I'm just gonna, deal with it. And I'm sorry I complained so much. I understand that the DX12 thing was a beta, and I understand now that it was a beta and that it didn't work at all. Like most of the things that you attempt to do. Wait, what? Oh yeah, the voice. Yeah. I've done this quest and I don't want to do this quest anymore. Their voices annoy me and I don't want to do them. It's fine. 22. It takes time too. I'm gonna turn on the text to speech. The sound of the game is too loud. I want it lower. There we go. Okay, do you have anything that the thief can benefit from? I need to double check. Anything at all? Nope. There's another Seer's tunic, which seems odd. I guess it's not really that odd. Anything else? There's a whole bunch of fire crystals that I'll need. I'm just going to pull them out because they're free. Wow, yeah, I stashed away a lot of fire crystals. That's good. So, yeah, wow, look at all that. Sort that. And then, what else do I have that can be used by... There's some balance rings, but I need to get that far, and I'd rather she had her own balance rings. Yeah, that's everything except for the wardrobe. Just gotta make sure there's anything sitting in here that I missed. No, and there's some specialty stuff in here I've been collecting that might be good for her later. Yep. Oh, wait, leather trousers actually are good, I think. I don't think they... I'm not sure. Oh, and there's a Justice badge. Yeah, I think that's it, though. I think that's it. There's a Sandorian bandana. That actually might be really good. So, we'll send that off, too. Wait, yeah, what else does she have in her inventory? Turn on the text-to-speech so I can hear them when I'm in the background. Audio is on in the background, right? Yes. I want you to mute the combat music. I don't like it. Social accessibility. I mean, it's good music, but I get sick of it after a while. It's good music as well. I'm sorry, I like the music. I just don't like the repetitiveness of it. Coming down to do text-to-speech on. There we go.
Gamder says, who says anything is taken seriously? Oh, I forgot, if you don't dick eat something you're offended by it. Knight of Ni says, Ni. Spookhive says, I'm naked. Amaria says, why everyone talk bleep about the game in chat like they didn't just buy it for $40 to $90. Arabus says, that sounded like an emotional response to me bro lol. Dusty Muffin says, dick eat? WTF. Cheating says, X Waffle House. Airclo says, Ejiro looking for DLC from Handsome Man. Rising Chains says, cause a lot of PC owners didn't. Musketenman says, I'm just fishing TBH. Airclo says, DM me. Gamder says, anyone wanna join my new guild Baby Fart Collectors LLC? Battle Trash says, finding it hard to play Tan L now.
They won't give you an LLC for that. I played
Short
along.
Says, maybe I would join if it was a C Corp, sorry. Latterus says, who are they lol. Dusty Muffin says, just buy the DLC like the rest of us working baddies did be. Gamder says, it's incorporated. MTX Drew says, to all the Oregonians in here, are you ashamed of how Lanning won that game or proud of it? Gamder says, and publicly traded on Discord. Amaria says, PC PPL already had it. Latterus says, I am a Lizard King. Gamder says, aka Trumpers.
Jim for the win.
Battle Trash says, LFA Syndicate Company. Toby Fly says, my Oregonian friends say it was hype how they won. Dusty Muffin says, but what about the KGA?
Soul Trial? Really?
Says,
oh, really stupid Soul
Latterus
Trial.
Says,
We have tails.
Wartorn says, ew. Lady Jolder says, anyone PvP. Lady Jolder says, we need help at the forum. Dusty Muffin says, is bro a furry? Saint Zebek says, why the flute zone so LGBTQT? Lady Jolder says, Ford. DeVos says, I'm only LBL 22.
The hell was this? No.
Latterus says,
No, I don't like this story and I don't want it anymore. I don't want this story anymore.
Sir says, only reason why this game is almost as good as SO is because the fishing. Lady Jolder says, doesn't matter come. Chime says, nope. Angel says, real. Shade SM says, what are people going as in faction? Sertwalk says, fishing in this game is good. Jork says, have you tried actually fishing? Chime says, DX12 runs fine for my 10700K. Big Snake says,
come on, man, I don't want to watch this.
Here,
it feels like rape. I don't want to watch it.
Ty will try. Why say
blah, 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 Space Marine shit. Blah, 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 Space Marine. Blah, 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 blah.
RYY says, DX12
for 14-year-olds. Blah, blah, blah.
SO fishing is bleak.
Blah, blah, blah.
S0 Rose says, who all came here from GW2? Latterus says, I came here from Star Wars Galaxies.
Not me.
MTX Drew says, technically I did 6 years ago. Shatari says, I don't know. Arabus says, I hated GW2.
No,
I was a GW1 player for like 9 years though.
That.
Shatari says, where the BIH at? Willow says, GW1 FTW. Arabus says, GW2 felt like they wanted to be WoW instead of stay themselves. Dramatic Replay says, 750 Ti is insane LOL. RYY says, I think I still have my GW2 disc set LOL. Arabus says, to me anyway. George says, GW1 hipster off the MMO bingo card. Arabus says, opinions and all. DSQU1K says, bring back Club Penguin. Y Saint Age says, Albion for last several years. S0 Rose says, Lamo Club Penguin. MTX Drew says, Albion GOAT. Willow says, Club Penguin went hard, so did Toontown. RYY says, 750 Ti best card ever produced. Arabus says, hipster. The Weasel says, is there a reason some people are 30s and 40s without a faction? Arabus says, TFLOL. Bear Dancing Z says, is Green gonna have PvP or should I join the duopoly? 3M Labs says, why is there like nothing in the trading post? Gav M says, Blue Winged Survey. RYY says, Albion is GOAT. S0 Rose says, Neopets the GOAT. Gamder says, Meta Horizons 11 to 16 hours a day. Dusty Muffin says, Toontown bruh. Sue8 says, Albion online mentioned. Bart Husa says, George Bush doesn't care about black people. Mert Isles says,
no, he doesn't.
MTX Drew says, Nah Club Penguin Neopets. Willow says, Toontown actually my entire childhood. Chime says, Ibleep. Piglin says, Diddy. Arabus says, Club Penguin, aka CP Central. Choco P says, is there any difference in endgame content in this version compared to the previous? Chime
okay,
says,
I guess I'll pay attention. Fine, what do I do? Alright, fine.
Toontown is GOAT. Dusty Muffin says, Toontown still around dog. Chime says, Toontown rewritten is actually fun AF. Bear Dancing Z says, no Choco P LOL. Carnage 95X says, school was uphill both ways. Solatar says, looking for new and experienced memes to join our Covenant company the Oathsworn doing PvP and PvE one evening and late nights PM me for invite. Choco P says,
the hell is that? No, I want to do that
says,
too.
Rewritten ain't the same.
What?
RYY says, Toontown, Wizard 101 and Club Penguin had a grip on the gaming world. Speed Gould says, attention, marauders. New or returning, the Bushido Brotherhood is calling you. Join our tight-knit PvX company and join our organized/active Discord. Here we have years of experience. PM me for INV. Upper7 says, crazy damage. Meow says, only Ogs no free realms. Arabus says, Wizard 101 was weirdly so fun TBH, Toontown is GOA 10.
Traveler's
Zoid
Mantle.
says, who's trying to run some Armine? Anam Dragon says, Eaternum
I have
we
so
get
much
old
stuff.
And new. Battle Trash says, LFA Syndated Company. 3M Labs says, why is the Discord so bleep useless? Latterus says, any news on a roadmap? Blue Ball BOI says, gotta do one. Arabus says, because it's Discord. Draven says, isn't it spelled Oathsworn? MR Munchkin Man says, queue up for a Mirite pretty please. Arabus says, have you met the people in official Discord servers? LMFAO. MTX Drew says, the roadmap was the last 4 years. We'll get the same holiday events. Latterus says, LOL. Latterus says, so no news for the future haha. Anam Dragon says, best bet look up that info, most chat focus on being trolls. 3M Labs says, how get lots of logging XP. Willows says, cut lots of trees. BYR0N says, can't wait to farm giant turkey next month. Ayadan says, what level can you use star metal tools? Noid says, cut down logs. 3M Labs says, I want another way. Zoink says, join Blues group. Arabus says, no news now, probably keeping cards close to their chest and waiting to see what people think is missing. Big Vic says, LVL 40. Arabus says, probably the same planned holiday events. Arabus says, I would guess. Vendreth says, Amua. Dabusi says, how do I get out of PvP? Arabus says, go to town and hit you. After Hours says, Gormangandra's bulwark is currently we are filling ranks for PvP content, dungeons, and raids. We are an evening/late night PST company. We are filling rapidly today, 30 plus members and growing. Dabusi says, thanks. Toby Fly says, press you at a fast travel or town. Arabus says, oh right, for a fast travel. Solatar says, looking for new and experienced members to join our Covenant company, the Oathsworn, doing PvP and PvE on evening and late nights. PM me for invite. Raius says, LMAO, don't log off while swimming, the game forgets it has swimming and you drown. Arabus says, whoa, I found hemp that isn't purple. Latterus says, hey, for transmog, is that real world currency to buy to get tokens, or is it from drops? Farming. Frenetically says, we're fighters.
Oh wait,
not
there's
spellers.
a quest up in there.
Healthy Heal says, you. Imco says, any syndicate companies out there that are looking for a fresh member? Smiley face. 3M Labs says, how make better apps? Fuego Fire says, Eternal Hive is happily recruiting. Wartorn says, I love syndicate. Phylon says, we are. Imco says, thank you Beehive. Latterus says, Dinskstrav. Arabus says, Northwest Weaver's fen hemp is all the same color as the grass, no purple flowers, lol weird. Raius says, NP. Fuego Fire says, glad to have you. Coffee 69 says, sad lost PvP. Scrap says, LFMMRIM. ZZZKL says, free look isn't working.
It is for me.
Sirtwalk says, is there a big difference with DX12? Sirtwalk says, I haven't tried it yet. Cash Coxo says, SNF, Special Needs Forces, 25 plus active members with an active Discord now recruiting all for PvP and PvE content. Valzara says, can I have an invite to PLS? Yuliera says, it looks closer to how it used to. Scrap says, LF2 DPS and heals Amreen. ZZZKL says, I heard DX12 crashes often. Yuliera says, it do. Xing Xing says, how the console gamers liking the game? Bigger with AN says, I heard they are building a mall and shopping centers near Weaver's Fen so property value will go up. Willow says, does DX12 have old chat and stam bars? Scrap says, LF healer Amreen. Submissive Kitty says, yo what's good, what did I miss today? Battle Trash says, LFA Syndicate Company. Tanky Banjo says, are you bleep? Tanky Banjo says, 13th gen CPU. Arabus says, DX12 is still unstable right now, it even says beta lol. Tanky Banjo says, oh. Sirtwalk says, I used DX12 once and now I think I'm gay. Frenetically says, I'm interested in the Eternal Hive, if you do PvE as well as PvP. Putta says, I'm gay, yeah no, gay. Latterus says, well you are Sirtwalk so it's normal. Zapinsomas says, DX11 looks better but more FPS from DX12. I found DX12 nodes, trees, ores etc. were like looking through a screen door, on AMD. Mexicationer says, I crashed quit a bit and DX12 with AMD. Scrap says, LF healer Amreen. Private Ryan 92 says, cut amethyst. Zoj says, I haven't crashed on DX12 but I had it freeze for 10 plus seconds multiple times so far. Days2 says, I've had a lot of crash to desktops today. Xing Xing says, how do you even change that? BYR0N says, holy helts we can swim now. Saint Zebek says, does anyone have any bleep beads I can borrow? Ashriver says, wow. 3M Labs says, what the hell? Knight of NI says, NI. Pada says, anyone else go to SCC and get a teacher named Satvik Dasgupta? Scuff says, console players are on a watch list.
Oh, I got
Sir
quested
Fox
on.
says, gonna try DX12 again, maybe it will turn me straight. Saint Zebek says, I just needed to stir my coffee. Ponziani says, rough leather beaded straps.
There it is. I don't want to hear their voices anymore.
We got a server Discord or not?
I don't care about MMO storylines. I'm just gonna announce it to the world. I don't care about MMO storylines. I'm here for the combat. I'm terribly sorry.
Glad to have you join us. It's Mago says, O.O. Ever says,
who's predominant purple here? Nobody.
It's Mago says, O.O.
Is Blades or whatever. Is Hidden Blades recruiting? I wish to live in Everfall. I mean, it doesn't matter. Am I flagged? No, I want to flag. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going back to Pride when.
Skyrim says, let's go. Skyrim says,
damn, I have 500k.
His name LMAO. Radius says, damn nice LOL. Sergwak says, turn DX12 on, I'm still gay. Gymnopedes says, can any crafting profession craft bait? Tanky Banjo says, cooking. Perk 30 for break says, I don't know how I got this name either. Gymnopedes says, thank you Tanky. Belovethought for you says, I don't think there's a server disc, but if someone does, I'm happy to help new players learn how to do things in terms of mechanics in big fights / places people get stuck, etc.
I like their new vernacular, but it's not something that I feel that I need.
For you says, we can have a nice server even thought we're small. Scuff says, Lame. Wartorn says, we should just make a big Discord for the server. Tanky Banjo says, one of the war companies is going to make a Discord soon LOL. Edger says, anyone recruiting? Latterus says, agreed. Queen Hera says, Eternal Hive is recruiting new and returning members. PvP and PvE focused. Friendly, helpful guild. Voice chat all day on Discord. Icewire says, anyone know where to get fibers? Zava says, at the Walmart pharmacy. Obscurity says, AJ. Vendreth says, they gave up pretty quickly. Obscurity says, ah. Valhalla says, hemp. Icewire says, tut. Icewire says, LOL. Boss Baby says, Boss Baby dances. .3M Labs says, Fortnite. Jork says, so is the server gonna be perp vs yellow? Slade Raid says, it just came out. Leafox says, best PvP week combo. Latterus says, 4DX12 FSR on or off. Slade Raid says, chill. Slade Raid says, it's Divine vs TMG.
Damn it. Why? Why is there an invisible wall right here? You're so stupid! It's an MMO. What? Like, what? Like... Let's go. I'm beginning now to see how much of my time you're stealing with this fucking base story that I
Jesus
don't like.
Christ, so whoever believes in him will not perish but have eternal life. FFS login says, go away. RYY says, amen. Ruby Kicker says, cool. Zapinsomus says, there is no God. Latterus says, John 316 right, so be cool pal. Kane Sinfine says, Suo. Since we can't die, all of us are Jesus on this island. Rusky V0X says, amen. L1 Kning says, pi is 3.14 dingus. MR Munchkin Man says, God veneers when they play God of War.
Pecan?
Leica says, Bank Adamant. General DLNKY says, Salmon.
Salmon.
ZZZKL says, keep the chat to presidential politics and game chat please. MR Munchkin Man says, monotheists individuals when they play Smite. Veltower says, Veltower is here. Sirtwalk says, just turned in my ballot. Hashtag gay sportrom. ZZZKL says, LOL.
What was the Rick and Morty joke?
Spookhive says, them votes blow up quick.
Dungeons and Dragons,
Ayana
right?
says, God bless America. Wanbing says, Amen. Sepiharoth says, the Hidden Smoke Village is recruiting new and returning players to the battlefield. We muse strike down green and orange with such terrible vengeance that generations yet unborn will feel purple's wrath. Days 2 says, Amen. RYY says, Amen.
Oh my god.
ZZZKL says, AAI men brothers. Sepiharoth says, join now. Knight of NI says, NI. ZZZKL says, hallelujah.
Skill progression
Ever
quest.
says,
Okay.
LFM depths.
I came back here because you wanted me to
Bell
do
Tower says,
something and I
Bell
did
Tower is here.
something. Now you want me to do some more stuff.
Slave Raid says, Noon asked.
I suppose I could go over there, but I don't really feel like I
Ulrich says,
need to do
having
that.
fun as a level 65 killing 20s getting their mount. LOL. Snickies says, tank and DPSK for Starston please.
Wilderness
Doc
wise.
Hammond says, where is Bell Tower? Alana Bright says, Alana Bright dances. Alana Bright says, Alana Bright dances. Cremus says, at the Bell Tower. Verania says, Verania waves.
Oh, this is charged.
Meatlog
Okay,
says, how does one get to level 65 in one day? Cold Pickles says, who TF is 65 right now? Arabus says, smash through the MSQ. Gary Garcia says, Thunderdome. Ilaro says, 65 is totally doable in 20 to 25 hours.
No.
Veltower says, Veltower is here. Ilaro says, granted you're only doing MSQ the whole way. Alex66 says, everyone attack the fort in Everfall. El Rudo 360 says, El Rudo 360 dances. Alex66 says, no. Raius says, the server opened yesterday and some of us work LOL. I just lost my dog says, my buddy is in an Amrine with the LVL 65 healer that was AFK, then came back and started using Ice Gauntlet and not healing. Supplyak1 says, my grandpa just had a heart attack, sad face. Jatika says, selling lobbies. Gamder says, congrats. T-Bomb says, poor Gram. Spookhype says, I have a job so will be all until max level. Rombies says, nice. T-Bomb says, get a better heart. T-Bomb says, my grandpappy been dead. Doc Hammond says, selling boobies? How does to get you to LVL 65? Rombies says, skill issue. Ayadan says, imagine not being a trust fund baby. Sirtwalk says, JST switch to DX12. Game looks the bleep same. She's mean says, LOL. Supplyak1 says, you guys are so mean. I just lost my dog says, but it's a higher number so better. Volork says, where are cut gems in the op? After Hours says, Hormongandr's bulwark is currently we are filling ranks for PvP content, dungeons, and raids. We are an evening/late night PST company. We are filling rapidly today, 30 plus members and growing. Mohatch says, I found some at her mom's house, have you checked there?
Check the mute button.
Knight of Ni says, Ni. Shorty J says, Green WHYD you give up so quickly. 3M Labs says, PP. Itty Bitty says, Iliac Turtles. Fontaine says, what does bulwark mean? Rockoran says, yo, new player here, should I be looking to join a company or is that not super important yet? I'm almost LVL 20. Chime says, yo what do I rotate the glyphs to? Chime says, WTF. Xing Xing says, need tank, healer, DPS for Amrine. Speed Gould says, attention, marauders. New or returning, the Bushido Brotherhood is calling you. Join our tight-knit PvX company and join our organized/active Discord. Here we have years of experience. PM me for INV. Mealworm says, look outside for the glowing symbols. Doc Hammond says, bulwark, it's how much work your bull does. Sort of like horsepower. Mealworm says, I can heal Amrine. Chime says, THX King. Anathrax says, X. Supplyak1 says, my girl left me cause she's higher LEVL than me. Xing Xing says, need tank DPS for Amrine. Quote 721 says, you never had a girl. Banjan says, Stizzy where are you? Lord Pompey says, is there a way to change appearance of your face yet? Asher Delov says, Asher Delov makes a gesture of appreciation. Banjan says, Gordon. Willows says, buy makeup. Chime says, I. Xing Xing says, need tank DPS for Amreen.
Level him, I'm 22.
Sensitive says, that girl was actually my dad talking to you. Slate Raid says, Nutter Butter. Wartorn says, Meow Duddies Rumbly. Gunfwonder says, and Misma anybody else catch anything cool yet? Galadri Alt says, Stowaj Chujur. Xing Xing says, need DPS and tank for Amreen. Ayadan says, the clap.
Level 11, but I've got to buy a weapon, huh? Yeah.
Yoriichi says, Aquanasia. Xing Xing says, need healer and tank for Amreen. Gunfwonder says, yo, that one looks rad. Ramacia says, thanks. CDX says, guys who wants to join the Goblin Society. Rizzy says, don't forget to build tents outside of your mission zones. Rizzy says, or camps.
690 gold.
CDX says, ELS join Goblin Society W Company.
I have a green wood mission.
Speed Gould says, X up for weapon XP farm. Zerka says, where do you craft flails? Xing Xing says, need one healer and one tank for Amreen. Zerka says, don't see any recipes. Putta says, ex-Imperial Palace. Xing Xing says, need one healer and one DPS for Amreen. Oathsworn says, I envy.
No, wait. You should see flail there. Maybe you don't have mats.
Stoltz says, tie carrot carrot. Toby Fly says, flail is at arcane.
Oh. Sorry.
Smallwood says, why can't I change servers? Anyone know? Davo says, Blue Winged Serpy what to do with legendary fish? Skyrim says, depends. Xing Xing says, need healer and tank for Amreen. Putta says, at Davo give it to me it's useless. Willows says, make food. Skyrim says, some of them you salvage. Costco Beef says, Ashes of Creation is better than New World. Skyrim says, and it give you a taxidermied one. Radius says, at least New World exists. Zeyul says, WoW was the first MMO. Riix says, ouch. Costco Chicken says, facts. Xing Xing says, need one healer and one DPS for Amreen. Lady Sin says, LOL EverQuest anyone? Doc Hammond says, Your mom was the first MMO. 3x says, at least New World doesn't sell $500 beta test. Xing says, need one healer for Amreen. Edger says, DPS LF Amreen. Putta says, any Bing Chillings that want to group up. Supplyak1 says, me. Nope says, WTF.
Oh, got
Xing
to buy
says,
it.
need one healer, one tank for Amreen. Pumper says, X. Xing says, please someone. Xing says, LOL. Ognasty says, that mom MMO joke is gold. Boom roasted. Akio says, rip that guy from One Direction. Putta says, XMYRK. Akio says, crazy. Sertwalk says, this dude next to me level 61. Someone tell him to shower. Chime says, FR. Chime says, how'd bro fall from his balcony? Xing says, LF healer and tank for Amreen. Valhalla says, the irony. Queen Hera says, let's bleep Eternal High. Chime says, I clapped my girl's cheeks at Cosmopolitan Wraparound Terrace Suite and we were fine. Akio says, murder conspiracy's gonna go crazy. Evo Robotic says, GGS. Brittany says, blue-blooded barb, do you want a fishy? Cubby says, DX12 actually make difference in quality. IK Guy says, let's go. Let's Scare Steve says, let's go. Ricard says, let's go. Queen Hera says, Eternal High. Merc Isles says, nice. Phylon says, nicey. Wago Fire says, let's go Eternal High. Signet Bravo says, GJ. Darth3 says, when Green gonna get some territory? Zareth says, GG Syndicate. Chime says, it's wild BC, his girlfriend made headlines yesterday for hiring lawyers to expose him. Says, yes, I want a fishy. Let's Scare Steve says, bleep Covenant. Queen Hera says, GG. Akio says, Suyus. The Cowboy I says, yay GG. Chime says, ex-fiance asterisk. Sertwalk says, not gonna lie, DX12 does make a difference. Game looks better but there is a 10% chance you turn gay. Saoirse Galad says, DX12 improved performance for me W4070. Ricard says, hail the hive. We are one. We are eternal. Xing says, LF healer and tank for Amreen. Let's Scare Steve says, haha. Bryce says, GGZ. Fuego Fire says, hail the hive. Let's Scare Steve says, hail the hive. Ognasty says, it was because Diddy. Chime says, every time I see Skycat's name my brain says a Skylet drive. Supplyak1 says, how have I not found a single shield? Benji Healt says, unstuck. 3M Labs says, who wants to join Goblin Society? Andre Riddle says, the fact cosmetic changes don't stay when you swap gear is crazy. MR Munchkin Man says, Beehive still wanting members. I just lost my dog says, Carrot. 3X says, bleep is our word. Sertwalk says, is there any politically based marauder companies? I want to talk bleep to Kamala supporters. Xing says, LF healer and tank for Amreen. Saint Zebek says, who fell off a balcony? Apatheticary says, is there any Skibidi based companies? Sepiharot says, how much was territory? Hidden Smoke Village needs a base too. Chime says, One Direction got. Xing says, LF2 for Amreen. Clonk says, LFG DPS Amreen. Chime says, Liam Payne fell off a balcony and died. Wartorn says, RIP. Slade Raid says, he fell One Direction only also. Chime says, skill issue bro, I've never come close to falling off a balcony. Sertwalk says, I saw that. Either someone did it or he did it. Figgy Eyes says, Tim. Putta says, is there no more minutes to do anymore?
In the middle of a
Chime
Macy's
says,
in a closet in the middle of the day. One in the middle of the
says,
Macy's in a
unclaimed
closet
is
in the
100%.
middle.
Easier to claim than to keep. Chime says, seems a bit 50-50, it's for a bleep. Xing says, LF1 Amreen. Chime says, super high chance to survive a third story fall immo. Sertwalk says, connections to Diddy? Saint Zebek says, damn that's crazy. Someone def pushed him off. Helios Lol says, free as Mungold. Exender says, any company recruiting? Doc Hammond says, Diddy did it? FFS Login says, it's 4 stories and he was coked up. RYY says, free as Mon. Xing Xing says, LF1 Amreen. Sepiharoth says, hidden smoke villages. Xing Xing says, anything at this point. Lennox says, does Grisma ever spawn? Sertwalk says, closest thing to baby oil in this game you can get is fish oil. UHC12 says, tut. Ognasty says, hashtag free Diddy. Queen Hera says, Eternal Hive is still recruiting, smiley face. Sertwalk says, works the Psalm. RYY says, Diddy 2024. MR Munchkin Man says,
Hollywood they.
LE0 says, New World is like if 2024
Hollywood
was
they.
MR Munchkin Man says, I bet is. Lennox says, smells worse.
Hollywood
Arabis
they.
says, oil. Kobe 24 says, Ashen Wake WTS. I just lost my dog says, I would like to join as well
Hollywood
please.
they.
Smiley face. Yulnera says,
Hollywood
LFM
they.
Ball Amreen Lobby.
You've been examined.
Eric says,
Hollywood
Shorty
they.
J says, I well. Edger says, X for Amreen. Ognasty says, baby asterisk oil. Yulnera says, join the lobby bleed. Helios Lol says, more like extra chrome. Ayadan says, funny they did away with durability.
Wait, am I still running? Yeah, I'm still running. I have to buy a sword.
3M Labs says, yeah funny. 3M Labs says, ha 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 ha. Wartorn says, LOL. Sertwalk
Hollywood
says,
they.
I went to a freak off once and sadly I didn't wake up next. NL Care says, NL Care waves. NL Care says, NL Care waves. Meatstick says, I love that. Sertwalk says, to Diddy. 3M Labs says, what the hell. NL Care says, NL Care waves. NL Care says, NL Care waves. Meatstick says, durability sucked. Ognasty says, so funny lol. RYY says, chat we're so back. Ricard says, Neil. Bellandius says, hell yeah. Fapala Chain says, any companies looking for people. Real Elon Musk says, bleep yeah we are. NL Care says, NL Care waves. NL Care says, NL Care waves. 3M Labs
Trump
says,
either.
vote for Trump guys. Chime says, WTF is this Indra bleep. Radius says, vote for Pedro. Bart Yusa says, George Bush doesn't care about black people. Chime says, I just ran into a big bleep yeti named Indra. Knight of NI says, NI. LE0 says, first step was PC then second step console then third step in a year from now game gonna be free to play and making money from microtransaction. 3M Labs says, guys vote for Trump. Vertigua says, met. Ognasty says, reported for being bleep. 3M Labs says, whoa. Real Elon Musk says, Xbox boys. Radius says, New World crossplay with Android and iOS 2025. LE0 says, right lol. 3M Labs says, yay. 3M Labs says, New World was originally gonna be a mobile game. Soulbrand01 says, anyone hit Mix LVL yet? If not, it'll be the first one. Harkless Fresh says, survival game asterisk. Alex66 says, I will join Eternal Hive. Ognasty says, cool story. LE0 says, the more of us the merrier for the server player count I support it. Bellandius says, I hope this game does good and they bring out some good content. Radius says, people are deaf already max level man. Radius says, people were likely max yesterday. Meatstick says, it's not a race though. Chime says, to be fair, leveling is like 100x faster than it was on launch. Big Vic says, is max still 65? Belandia says, yeah, I'm taking my time. Cryospa says, everything is a race. Soulbrand01 says, well, I'll be the first max LVL fishing. 3M Labs says, I hope we get level 100. Chime says, I got to level 16 just mining to 110. Kilper Noodles says, can I get an invitee to the Eternal Hive? Ognasty says, nerd. RYY says, lol. Meatstick says, maybe I don't know how valuable the first month is for cities. NLCare says, NLCare waves? NLCare says, NLCare waves? Meatstick says, that's good to know. Red Bullenjager says. Chime says, IE. 3M Labs says. Tiggy Life says, yo, is the New World Discord server sketchy? 3M Labs says, it's Chime. Chime says, my MetaQuest 3 was just delivered. RYY says. "3M Labs says, mine is." RYY says, New World VR release soon. Ruby Kicker says, need 2 more peeps for Starstone Barrows join up. Apatheticary says, your mom's was until I joined it. Speed Cooled says, attention, Marauders.
I like it when they're negative, I can mute them.
Brotherhood is calling you. Join our tight-knit PvX company and join our organized/active Discord. Here we have years of experience. PM me for INB. Suskuna says, X. Nico says, hi RYY. Ognasty says, got him. RYY says, sad face. RYY says, hi Nico. RYY says, chat, is it beer time? Elida Gremlin TTV says, always. Nico says, OMG, he knows my name. Zelo says, I don't know, but it's weed time for me. RYY says, I am rippin' the Penji. Soulbrand01 says, since 10:30 AM. Buddha says, fin. Chime says, Finasteria Eod. RYY says, I took bout 4 mokes this morning. Apatheticary says, ew. Riot says, grow mokes. Buddha says, I've been playing since 2 AM today. Ognasty says, mole bowls. Riot says, Moki rips hit diff. Apatheticary says, double Kantber. Riot says, I was 17 once. Ognasty says, hit like heroin. Meatstick says, I keep getting disconnected, sad face. Rare OG Reaper says, get better. RYY says, only real ones keep handling the mokes. Meatstick says, I'm just trying to quest NW, come on. 3M Labs says, vote for Trump to not get disconnected.
Vote for Meet the Sky.
Oak Senator says, what's the best faction? After Hours says, Covenant Hormongandrous Bulwark. Currently filling ranks for PvX content. We are an evening/late night PST active company. We are filling rapidly today, 30 plus members and growing. Discord is required. Willow says, unaffiliated. LE0 says, purple. Elias Lol says, guys, why can't I choose my voice input? Elias Lol says, I'm trying to talk some bleep. The Weasel says, yeah, the voice doesn't work if you're in a party. The Weasel says, and trying to talk in world. Queen Hera says, syndicate members for those wondering who to join, Eternal Hive, owners of Brightwood, is recruiting. Join us and help us take over. Discord required. Barins3 says, T-20 minute on Fort Everfall. Slendy says, I wanna join. Omnisci says, PvP event? Totagan says, he'll be there. Klondike Bar says, guys. The Weasel says, where's your faction lady ABQ? Klondike Bar says, I think. I'm enjoying New World. Barins3 says, claiming fort. Barins3 says, PvP yes. SAVAGEROD says, any active crew send me invite. Klondike Bar says, this chat is cancer at 2 AM though. Omnisci says, faction v faction. Hogrod says, why are you on at 2 AM?
You can't buy this.
Klondike Bar says, I have a child that wakes me at 2 AM. The Weasel says, all these 30s and 40s that are factionless need to choose a side. Barins3 says, yeah, taking from green. RYY says, hot rod. Klondike Bar says, so I get on at 2 AM. Saint Ziliana says, no.
What do you
Days
mean
2 says,
landmarks?
11:59 PM. I love the sunsets in some areas. Days 2 says, 12:02. I killed a man once. Omnisci says, I'm LVL32 but I got ill so I'll join a party. Toki Dinkelman says, what a twist. Klondike Bar says, watched him die. Klondike Bar says, in Reno. Bear Dancing Z says, Adiana Theron's got duck lips. Griffith Hater says, any cool fish? Vankrita says, I have heals from non-life staff. Old Sack says, yeah. Kit Aaron says, blue-blooded barb. Barins3 says, no one here yet but I bet last 5 minutes might be crazy 60 minutes capture, stupid. Old Sack says, anchor.
Do I get to leave? No, I have to come back here.
Blue Winged Serpy got 3 of these. Albern Reinhold says, is there a way to save transmog looks? Bango Slank says, tank LFG Starstone. Krulgary Red Fang says, love how I can't travel, Breen Bleep game. Supplyak 1 says, any good yellow companies? Griffith Hater says, gobble Flinley Bop on the hook. Krulgary Red Fang says, fast travel. Risen 1 says, Risen 1 punches at an invisible target. Days 2 says, traveling tends to crash to desktop for me. Riot says, sumptuous rabbit heckin' yet. Mipper says, test. Supplyak 1 says, any chill yellow guilds.
Oh, cool! It's a helm upgrade. Yay! I have 700 gold. I suppose I should look at gear. Oh, look, it's a Warden's Amulet, but it's not
Omnisci
really...
says, when doth the Ort event start? Tawanda says, Tawanda dances. Leafox says,
And
what
flags,
flag for PvP?
Mm-hmm.
Nagani says, you. Speed Gould says, go green we are more chill. Zarm says, all 4F. Zela says, 3 returning players looking to join yellow faction. Klondike Bar says, y'all he's on PSLMAOO. Spookhive says, poop. Queen Hera says, Eternal Hive is on their way to hell. ZZZKL says, returning player here. Leafox says, on controller. Omnisci says, when does the fort attack start? LE0 says, he's PlayStation no such thing as alt. Rich says, Pizza Donby. Frozen says, F3.
Gonna do an
Ryan
Everfall
says,
fort.
Hoda though New World would need COD Omni movement. Proper says, Slay. Sir Simp says, 3. Barins 3 says, started 50 minutes ago ends in 10 last man standing wins. Might not even be one just trying to prepare. Huda says, 3 returning players with 1k plus hours looking to join a yellow guild that is active in both PvP and PvE. LE0 says, don't matter what platform we're on, I think we are all a part of the same community, we need to adapt to work all together. Navus says, shut up. Salty D says, hear me out, go yellow and say that in faction chat. Hayden Senpai says, gay I. Subrao says, LOL. LE0 says, that will keep the game alive for a few more years.
It's fun to mute negative players every time they show up. I never really thought to do it. But every single time somebody's negative, you just shut them out. You just constrain them to their piece of shit, worthless, crippling loneliness lives. It's easy as hell.
Willow says, any chill companies recruiting with DC?
When is this now?
The Cowboy Eye says, Eternal Hive. Omnisci says, how do I flag up? Signet Bravo says, go to a city and flag up. Axel says, X Fort. Sephorius says, how do you unequip a shield? Riot says, double click it. Valhalla says, default you. Ares D says, bloodied corrupted combat trophy WTS for WW. Kilfernoodles says, Kilfernoodles lit an ancient rocket. Sephorius says, not working. On console BTW. Raph says, anyone else's transmog not working? Frenetically says, frenetically entertains by juggling gleamites. Kilfernoodle says, Kilfernoodle skips a gleamite. Young Gerald says, go to inventory and press X on your shield. Solatar says, LF tank are mine. Vespertine says, big fight at Vigil stand Brightwood. Vespertine says, against confident. Barins 3 says, Barins 3 flexes. Frenetically says, frenetically blows fire from his mouth. Barins 3 says, Barins 3 waves. Oak Senator says, what's the vibes of each faction? Barins 3 says, Barins 3 waves. Klondike Bar says, Vikings, emos, praise the sun. Gav M says, I'm a lost puppy. Sephorius says, that does nothing works for all other gear but shield. Rizzy says, what ones are Vikings? The Insanity Dive says, COV is Crusaders. Real Elon Musk says, purple. Kit Aaron says, did you change what you had on at Rats? It's by item. Padre Pasquale says, might is right, no leg is power, faith is key. Axel says, X Fort. Aaron the Fifth says, bow and short sword. Victor Romero says, shattered perception how do I attach gem? LE0 says, hold Y I think. Padre Pasquale says, green, purple, and yellow respectively. Mealworm says, Crusher's Craze Restless Sanctity WTS. Barins 3 says, Barins 3 flexes. Gamerpup says, yeah, it's more like mercenaries, spies / scholars, and the church. Barins 3 says, Barins 3 sits. Saucy Wiener says, hot. The Weasel says, come cleanse the heretics. Kilfernoodles says, Kilfernoodles lit an ancient rocket. Megas Oblivion says, yo. Raius says, factions are LV20 right? Connie Stervonier says, Virtues Mauler C. Gamerpup says, I think 17. Gamerpup says, mounts are 20. Raius says, AHH tot. The Weasel says, LVL 17, 3 quests pop up in Everfall. Barins 3 says, Barins 3 doesn't like that. Padre Pasquale says, if you are playing with friends make sure you're in the same faction. Barins 3 says, Barins 3 waves. Barins 3 says, Barins 3 sits. Raius says, I don't have friends XD. Boss Baby says, Mew. Rusky V0X says, yo. Doc Hammond says, and if I am playing with myself? Kilfernoodle says, Kilfernoodle strikes a pose. Oak Senator says, I'm leaning green Ima SNS greatsword build going for an aggressive tanky playstyle. Nope says, send a pic of it. Raeus says, haven't convinced my wife to start playing NW so I'm a lone wolf. Raeus says, planning to go yellow though. Klonk says, when will the server open up again? Doc Hammond says, nope, you better have a widescreen. It's big. Kilfernoodle says, Kilfernoodle's lit an ancient rocket. Fireflame says, right now. Texington says, Ibleep. Megas Oblivion says, keep that right arm game strong. Knight of Ni says, Ni. Texington says, ha. Sneaky D says, perp is usually on top, followed by yellow, and green is usually irrelevant. Padre Pasquale says, regardless you'll make a lot of friends in expeditions. Kilfernoodle says, Kilfernoodles dances. Fireflame says, the server is open literally right now. Axelx says, who's inviting for the fort? Bald and Angry says, my rock. Fireflame says, check out the NWDB server status page. Regulus says, does anyone need to do the Armine dungeon? Regulus says, room for 3 need tank and DPS. Elkcare says, ha. Kilfernoodle says, Kilfernoodle's lit an ancient rocket. Hernan Korskis says, I do, can DPS. Ridrunculus says, ha. ZZZKL says, why is this a high-pop server? Doc Hammond says, all the hemp we smoke. X Raindrop says, DPS. Riot says, Ethereal Conduit WTS Jeep. Noob King says, hello my loyal subjects. Selen21 says, where do I make a fishing pole? Valhalla says, FR Doc. Triberus says, both my homies were late so I have to transfer LOL. Deku says, same Triberus. Fireflame says, they can transfer here. Triberus says, nah still won't let him. Fireflame says, damn. Triberus says, even tried at like 2 AM on low pop. Ilaro says, at Selen you get a free doing the fishing intro quest right outside of Windsward's town. Barins3 says, Barins3 sits. Padre Pasquale says, a couple of my friends were able to transfer, so it's opening up for sure. UW Catch 00 says, good morning. Triberus says, oh word? He'll have M check. Rual says, I caught a legendary fish, what should I do with it? Klondike Bar says, cause the 2 fresh start use West servers both got to max pop in first day. ZZZKL says, can anyone else able to buy Marks of Fortune? Willows says, keep it. Klondike Bar says, they didn't prepare for launch again. Triberus says, they prepared east. LOL. Skyrim says, I can't lie. Skyrim says, I don't like a lot of the new UI changes. Slade Raid says, Armstrong. Slade Raid says, Earsla. Skyrim says, he'll prob get used to them, but it's so weird RN. Slade Raid says, why? Recon says, sup y'all. Kilfernoodle says, Kilfernoodle's lit an ancient rocket. Lady of Grace says, wah. Gallo says, evening all. RYY says, chat won't see that I'm gay. Alex66 says, Alex66 dances. Knight of Ni says, Ni. Triberus says, O.O. Slade Raid says, we all saw it. Alex66 says, Alex66 dances. Create says, chat won't see I know RYY is gay. I'm Porkchop says, GG. Jogaming says, FR. Rip Mansfield says, is the server dead already? Slade Raid says, and we still don't care. Jork says, East Coast has a ton of servers. Clonk says, at Triberus the server is open again for new character creation. Nico says, RYY you're perfect to me. Slade Raid says, Ersla, Armstrong. Slade Raid says, I miss you. Vankrita says, I don't think they're coming. Triberus says, IE tie for the heads up. Pingu says, chat won't see that I saw create that he know RYY is gay. Nico says, I don't care what chat says about you. Triberus says, texted the bois. Atex says, tut. Tenji says, sniff sniff. Axel says, X Fort. Nico says, chat cut off this guy's balls. Megas Oblivion says, hot. Angel says, hot. Deku says, a nice object. Breedable Twink says, backslash. GOL Tyrant says, anyone from Witchers Online? Mohink says, any PC players here or am I a lone survivor? Stone Smoke says, I'm PC. Celeste HDZ says, me. Gamble Deathroll says, half the pop is PC. Create says, are you a monkey? Willows says, me when 90% of chat is Steam. Slade Raid says, SUT up attention seeker. Baron Blow says, playing on the N64. Akio says, there's no PC players here. Pyromosaurus says, LOL. Oaksinator says, so green is the underdog. Shorty J says, Shorty J dances. Sepiharoth says, yerp. Frenetically says, frenetically entertains by juggling gleamites. Galadri Alt says, yes we're alive XD. Grimjaw says, I'm on Nintendo Switch. Bayou says, I'm playing on a Samsung fridge. Zero Fear says, may boulders get you to 50 mining? LE0 says, PC guy on a MacBook makes no difference. Sepiharoth says, got smash. Stone Smoke says, Matabook asterisk. Young Stinka says, it's mostly PC here, they seek nostalgia. Daedert says, small PP lives matter. Water says, no they don't. Young Stinka says, Yakap. Too Deep says, Pirate Gunslinger shoes of the Ranger WTS. Kidamo says, even Constanza couldn't save Yodas. Daedert says the small PP got. Riot says, ah man the sandworm looks great. Megas Oblivion says, I'm playing New World on the Dyson Airblade. Oblivion says, bleep my bleep, smiley face. Knight of Ni says, Ni. Bayou says, no thank you. Omnisci says, Omnisci dances. Deku says, GG. Prostate Cancer says, yummy. L3ong says, no. BYR0N says, I'm not even playing. Omnisci says, GG.
We're good to leave, right? Yeah.
Sepiharoth says, it reminds me of PC the server I was on was a purple map LOL. L3ong says, they skipped town. Dogwater202124 says, someone got middle of Alder. Gallo says, hopefully the server stays active, already down to medpop. Youngstinka says, see this chat, it's 95% PC. Hanks says, any wirecard hitters in chat? Mealworm says, of course chat is mostly PC, we have the keyboards lol. PK5012 says, X. Latterus says, yep. Klondike Bar says, carrot. Nope says, not I'm hitting my DMT card RN. Distoroya says, wirecard's the only way. Prostate Cancer says, it was stuck at me pop due to server was closed. Young Stinka says, NA y'all already know the game inside out is what. Saber Potato says, Saber Potato dances. Selen21 says, where do I make fishing pole? Distoroya says, wirecard's the only way FR. Jerry Fast says, you can connect a keyboard to PS5 also. Jerry Fast says, just plug and play. Latterus says, yup. Piglin says, dead game. Deku says, LOL. Mesno TV says, finally made it in. FTS Alex says, TNL has more players. ZZZKL says, of course friend. Doc Hammond says, I'm not a bum. Can I mention the pop? Trout Goblin says, bleep. Jerry Fast says, for Bluetooth it? Akio says, TNL plays like bleep. Mesno TV says, Waffle House WYA. Shatari says, go play TNL then. Blaine8887 says, what happened to all the corruption potions? Now it's just the tier V pot. Gallo says, TNL is a one-day grind fest and waiting for resources to riggin. Makinksa says, AAAAE we got more land.
Warp drive active.
Cameron88 says, Cameron88 waves. FinF2024 says, so, we are all a happy bunch, right? ICL0NE says, yeah. UWU Catch 00 says, laughing face. Regulus says, room for 2 for Armine need tank and DPS. Regulus says, flagged for PvP. FinF2024 says, come on, show some love in the chat you all. Gums McGee says, bleep. Fireflame says. ICL0NE says, just had some tacos so extra happy. Megas Oblivion says, I am feeling loved. Costco Beep says, Space Marine 2 was a bad game. Dewey says, Pharaohs we have one healing tank. Bond says, all the love. Nipty says, so this is fresh start meaning no one can transfer their 65s here? FinF2024 says, can someone answer the dude asking about the legendary fish? Smiley face. Klondike Bar says, yes. Gotcher says, experienced player LF company, preferably one that is prioritizing war/territory. After Hours says, Covenant Hormongondra's Bulwark. Currently filling ranks for PVX content.
Active.
We are an evening/late night PST active company. We are filling rapidly today, 30 plus members and growing. Discord is required. Arabus says, they have. MTX Drew says, correct, no transfer from Legacy. Fuego Fire says, join Eternal Hive. MTX Drew says, and no one has on US West. Nipty says, /cheer. MTX Drew says, it was a SA issue. Dreadle0RD says, Dreadle0RD dances. Aegis says, LBL 40 plus satchels on the market.
Docking permission
Go get some
requested.
boys.
Docking request
When Rostro
accepted.
says, hola. Sepihero says, we pushing toast crunch? Zavasi says, anyone know what the unplugged icon up near my compass means? Wheels says, LF Healer Amreen. Sepihero says, there's a race. Fontaine says, Fontaine waves. Gamerpup says, poor connection. Danny Jade says, just really it's a bug saying bad connection. Latterus says, what level is Amreen these days? Yoder McNasty says, I can heal for Amreen. Coconut Head says, does push to talk work? Waysowski says, hola. Gamerpup says, 25 for first dungeon I believe. Dewey says, LF DPS Pharaoh. Latterus says, tut. Slade Raid says, where TF is the first mate. Gamder says, Dum Dum fell out of a hotel lol drink another one. Coconut Head says, does push to talk work? Spam Eater says, yes. MTX Drew says, yes, but people have to turn it on to hear you. Dreadle0RD says, Dreadle0RD dances. Coconut Head says, well, turn it on everybody. Subrow says, how do you turn it off? FinF2024 says, LOL. Spam Eater says, where's Steve? Signet Bravo says, LF2MM Marine regular healer / tank. Lee Fox says, how to flag for PvP on controller. Stone Smoke says, how do I recall again? Uneasy Toad says, press the PS button. Then power off. Young Stinka says, YW for console reviving your DED game nostalgia hunting PC wahoo. Stone Smoke says, tut. JDMKDDZ says, X clap ital. Shniaki says, nut. Ripin says, how do you play an instrument on console? Sollywood says, what's good? Lat says, mouse keeps moving to other monitor. How TF do you fix this? Subrow says, press up arrow and LT. JDMKDDZ says, X. JDMKDDZ says, X clap ital. Vaughn says, haven't played a console MMO since FF11. Chniaki says, nut. Primordial 61er says, X. H4X says, does hitting stat breakpoints with plus stat gear still give breakpoint bonus or do you need hard points in it? JDMKDDZ says, X. Signet Bravo says, LF21M Marine regular tank. Signet Bravo says, LF1M asterisk. Slade Raid says, JDDDDMMM. JDMKDDZ says, yo yo yo. Chniaki says, nut. JDMKDDZ says, invite me. MTX Drew says, as long as the stat number hits, regardless of food, gear, or hard cast points you get the breaks.
This is a level 7 shield, but I don't have a shield, I guess. Yeah, that's the only other thing I don't have.
Says, awesome tough. Kiki says, healer looking for Emrine. Sleevey says, GGS. Lord Salt says, racket. Dogwater202124 says, guys. Omnisci says, Brightwood being contested.
Brightwood's a bit high.
Stone Smoke says, that sucks. Makinksa says, Sepiharoth says, you guys good. Neighbor says, yeah, having kids is a fat L.
No, that's fine if you have money.
Stone Smoke says, I think you mean Diddy yes. Dogwater202124 says, alright. ZZZKL says, hey, is
I love all
anyone
my
getting a constant
responses.
loading screen on the Marks of Fortune page? Dogwater202124 says, this is it. Megas Oblivion says, what did he didn't do? T-Bomb says, ID let Diddy hit for a couple mil. The Cowboy I says, need help at Bright. Skull H says, 3 at BW.
Hollywood, they.
T-Bomb says, can always buy a new bumhole.
Damn it.
Fireflame says, y'all just take a break from WoW or what? Triverus says, min or mill.
How Hollywood, they.
T-Bomb says, both.
Man, I want to talk to J-Lo right now.
Triverus says, Susie Baka. Sepiharoth says, got 3 more inbound. Bugichi says, you're my sister, you're my sister. Manslayer says, this game is better than WoW.
Man, I
Neighbor
want to talk
says,
to J-Lo right
absolutely
now.
not. Nope says, Jarek says, high levels in there. Gab M says, nope. Neighbor says, don't ever say some nonsense like that. T-Bomb says, WoW is OG MMO.
I left. I may have played some card. I may have played some card.
T-Bomb says, Civ may be closest to WoW. Manslayer says,
WoW?
okay UNC. Latterus says, I feel the combat
I
is
think
better than
this
WoW.
is closer to
FinF
to
2024 says, is that okay to like both? Or do we all have to pick a side? Guide says, New World stomps WoW.
I like all
Young
20.
Stinka says, of course PC servers died. They were full of Cheeto grease and no risk. SXTN says, need healer. Manslayer says, FR guide. Sinful says, Ultima Online is the OG MMO. Icewire says, boss. Makenxa says, Amua. John Slow says, reinforced Orichalcum Great Axe Charm WTS. Gamble Deathral says, WoW has been cooked since Pandas. Neighbor says, listen to these console poor boys talk this nonsense lol. T-Bomb says, a Fallout MMO would be flames. Manslayer says, Guide Loki spit in this game better than WoW FR. Dogwater202124 says, tie guys. Riot says, 76. Klondike Bar says, Fallout 76. Riot says, and it was bleep. Klondike Bar says, yeah. Froffer says, bro console players are peak chat. Brian Griffin says, why do I know was dude, facts. T-Bomb says, not MMO and trash. Nico says, LOL Fallout 76 XD. Klondike Bar says, not a true MMO but not really the game to make into one. Hawaii Lion says, can hear ya.
Maybe most
T-Bomb
successful
says,
MMO.
Fallout 76 wanted to be good, missed the mark. Guide says,
But you
New World is
can
what WoW
keep
should have been.
parroting
Skyrim says,
something you
76
heard
is good
5
now.
years ago.
Soulbrand01 says, Fallout 76 too easy. Triverus says, 76 is playable but it took 5 years. Klondike Bar says, we had a similar one on Steam back in the day, just some post-apocalypse one but Fallout itself, shouldn't be a MMO. Ableton says, why do graphics suck now lol. T-Bomb says, Fallout 3 then New Vegas then Fallout 4 in order. Skyrim says, Dev wasn't good at launch. Manslayer says, WoW is buns. Skyrim says, also my graphics got better with this update. Lord Wizard
Now
Timmy
it's
says,
New World.
as an old New World player, I'm happy for all you new faces see. Lord Wizard Timmy says, console, as far as I know, Terra was the last good MMO y'all had. T-Bomb says, that Shroud MMO was fire. Dinkleton says, nah these graphics are awful compared to what they were. Riot says, ESO. Neighbor
Shroud
says,
was good.
always the console kids thinking their opinion on anything matters. Go charge your controller JR. Makenxa says, they on the door lol. Wathis says, because of Xbox and PS5 they had to downgrade graphics. Mr. Denmark says, Mr. Denmark here, I'm Puppy Boy. Dave C says, Kodiak bears LF more marauders to slay all heretics without mercy. Over 75 brothars have joined the cause. Manslayer says, I use a wire. Sulgi says, console kids are poor. Leave them alone. Gamder says, Terra was good. Maybe at PC release lol it was bleak by the time it came to console. The Gaming Sun says, get out the water Mia 117. Rip Mansfield says, what level is the first instance you can do? Also mount. Padre Pasquale says, Ripped was fun back in the day. Let's Scare Steve says, bleep. Let's Scare Steve says, they got Brim. Primordial 6-1er says, woo. Lord Wizard Timmy says, also, classic New World players, this game is dead. Do some AGS game explodes with console and new people are playing. You guys suck, go back to Fortnite. C-Boy says, Deok. OG Chronic says, Ripped is Og. The Gaming Sun says, get out the water. T-Bomb says, PC players ain't kids if they are, they got wealthy part ends. Zara Cuator says, Mount is level 20, first instance is 25. Let's Scare Steve says, goddamn yellow. Manslayer says, I'm on console and WoW is still buns FR. It's Mago says, lots of yellow. MTX Drew says, Ripped was FN. Let's Scare Steve says, it will change. Neighbor says, I use a wire. So what you're saying is you're too poor to afford a wireless controller. Got it? Let's Scare Steve says, don't worry. MTX Drew says, Archieage was too. Guide says, my friend used to grind loud then I took his life. LE0 says, happy PC players, they're so happy they're doshing. Gamble Deathral says, best console MMO was Phantasy Star Online. Latterus says, you took his life. OG Chronic says, anyone played Ion? Lost Out Luke says, richer than you'll ever be. Arabus says, wired controllers don't need charged and have less response time. LOL WTF you on about? Neighbor says, not on that Series S or not buddy. Skyrim says, I know SO was huge for a bit. Arabus says, not everything is cuz or por KLMFAO child mentality. Skyrim says, never personally got into it though. Etherlight says, I'm not seeing like any flags fellow perp folk, sad face. It's Mago says, not worried haha. Lord Wizard Timmy says, at least with New World, it's an pleasant MMO for gathering, laughing face. Distoroya says, this what Albion should have been LOL. Neighbor says, Arabus go wash your hands before you decided to use your ugly little sausage fingers to type to me again. Nonu says, anyone know how to make weird people noises go through my headphones and not my speakers? People are freaking out my dog. Arabus says, LMFAO. Manslayer says, I bought a wire as an add-on for my wireless controller LOL so WDYM. Makinksa says, GG LOL. Gamble Deathral says, did you forget, FF on console was so bad it failed, even more so than New World. Latterus says, is the an achievement system in this version? Arabus says, hurt his feelers. Sosiching says, you hate the game so much get off. It's Mago says, more to kill, laughing face. Xing Xing says, WTS reinforced Orichalcum great axe charm Orichalcum fire staff charm. Neighbor says, your mom gobbled my feeler dummy. Lord Wizard Timmy says, Albion has the same problem Throne and Liberty has, you need a big guild to have fun. G0 Olden says, I'm back baby. Lord Wizard Timmy says, New World is mainly PvE. G0 Olden says, the Clapital is back. Klondike Bar says, love PvP ripping in Albion TBH. Ayadan says, who else loves their mom? Shout says, best pairings with Hatchet. Nope says, I love my moms. Chuck says, eeeeeee. But Dr. Hux says, hi doc. Riot says, Spear or SNS or buff. Lord Wizard Timmy says, I have 150 hours in Throne and Liberty, and you need a big guild to really do anything. Sulgi says, I love our mom too. Sulgi says, good lady. Quote 721 says, my mom sucks. Lunas Narsnar says, Spear. Makinksa says, should we split up and take their cam? LE0 says, the funny part is some PC players are just as casual as many console players, but there's such things as pro console players. Some console players may surprise you when they master the game we just started. Sulgi says, hell yeah she does quote. Sulgi says, sucks the life out of me. Quote 721 says, nice got her. Rob Derp says, Blundebus plus Hatchet. Zereth says, looks like it's clear RN. Neighbor says, bet it took Leo like 5 minutes to type that out using his controller LOL. Lord Wizard Timmy says, I'm pro in the sense I know so much bleep about this game XD. Stanky Nuts says, nuh-uh. Doc Hammond says, hey buds. Latterus says, so no achievement system. Vendreth says, yeah. Riot says, how do console players type? Assault Theory says, SDFSF. Ayadan says, LOL. Doc Hammond says, with their fingers. Riot says, controller keypad. Vendreth says, incoming. Latterus says, toes and fingers LOL. CDX says, you are a virtual keyboard. Stanky Nuts says, with a slim jib. Manslayer says, with the chat box using my toes. Lord Wizard Timmy says, and with that being said, please DM me or ask me if you are having troubles with the game. I'll do my best to answer to all the newbies and returning vets. Laughing face. Cold Pickles says, they got that keyboard attachment to their controller. Arabus says, TFWs who jump to no consoles can use keyboards. Spam Eater says, speech to text. Cold Pickles says, LOL. Arabus says, or speech to text. Ouija says, with our fingers. Isra says, K up for Starstone Barrows. Lady Sin says, with the stick in their mouth from the wheelchair they play in. Neighbor says, they can't afford keyboards. Luna Snarsnar says, they use a foot keyboard and they wiggle their toes to open the chat menu. Arabus says, like actual brain damaged individual LMFAO. LE0 says, I use a keyboard on my Series X so in a way I'm playing the same way as you guys. Shaka Khan says, any active guilds recruiting? Bareback says, keyboard on your PS5 will make your life easier. Vendreth says, they baiting. Neighbor says, poor little console boys. Vendreth says, back off. Bareback says, LOL. Real Elon Musk says, LMAO. LE0 says, whatever makes you guys feel good. Neighbor says, shut up Series S. Neighbor says, pipe down. Arabus says, this is what we call a little bleep, everyone. He makes himself feel adequate by projecting his own failings on others. Stanky Nuts says, same, playing Slay the Princess on my PCRN. Wathis says, I liked it when you could auto-attack heal yourself back in day with the staff. She's Mean says, I have them all and all I use is my PC and Xbox LOL. Makinksa says, I'm a backup LOL. Sulgi says, reported. Arabus says, the sad thing is, he thinks we like him LOL. Old Mongrel says, man, global chat is feisty. Latterus says, WoW will be on Xbox eventually MS or EvE LOL JKN. Lost Out Luke says, dudes with all three have guaranteed no life. Crumbo says, can someone add my friend? Bareback says, working the console users LMAO. LE0 says, can a Series S run this game now? That's something to be determined, haha. Lady Sin says, those comebacks take a long time to type with a stick I bet. Saint Zebek says, edging is fun. LE0 says, not really. Lady Sin says, I'm only kidding. Eleanor says, these comebacks take a long time to type with 2 functioning brain cells. Neighbor says, no she's not. Neighbor says, we're in VC right now getting freaky. LE0 says, most console use controller. Infectious says, the graphics are so GBAD. Arabus says, only gets it over the phone, I believe it. Infectious says, it's like PS2. Create says, X freak off. Nonu says, anyone know how to make weird people noises go through my headphones and not my speakers? People are freaking out my dog. Makinksa says, clean. Bareback says, because they're cheaper than PC. Thank God I can afford a good PC. Diamond DT says, put the dog outside. Laserbeam says, waiting for bear. Landstander says, they call me the Chazman. Jubal says, which faction is best? Skyrim says, realistically Syndicate. Megas Oblivion says, feed the dog some vodka. Ruthless RU says, yes. Rob Derp says, I hate the brain dead console sucks take. What do you gain from saying that? What's the point? Okay, consoles suck, and so do you. Now what? Krebs says, Delta. Skyrim says, but it's whatever one has the most territories. Arabus says, like I said Rob Derb. Arabus says, this is what we call a little bleep, everyone. He makes himself feel adequate by projecting his own failings on others. Neighbor says, shut up Rob. Bot Farmer 6 says, ghastly gun of the soldier. Laserbeam says, Jackson Swift has smelly balls. No Tension says, did you type all that from a console? Diamond DT says, it's whoever can hold their territories. Makinksa says, so. Kiko Games TTOK says, how are people power leveling? Supplyak 1 says, Boogapop. Ruby Kicker says, W. Rusky V0X says, I'm PvP. Makinksa says, how's life? Arabus says, do the MSW Kiko. G0 Olden says, Xbox and PS5 just know you guys will have to band together to beat us PC overlords. Rob Derp says, you're bleep losers,
Oh shit.
FRFR. We just says,
Snow?
it's just a cope. No Tension says, how are people not power leveling? Arabus says, MSQ asterisk.
Good fight.
Ruby Kicker says, Amzot 50. Makinksa says, y'all done. Neighbor says, Xbox turn off. Lord Wizard Timmy says, MSQ equals main story quest. Curative Canuck says, are there mount drops in late game? Deku says, well, people want to take their time. Doc Hammond says, too busy bleep, will power level later. Osper says, you can go from 1 to 65 in a day. Kiko Games TTOK says, best option to not have to do it? Just trying to get my wife and friend playing with me lol. Makinksa says, y'all just do main quest? MTX Drew says, some dungeons have mount drops. Kenryu says, why would I power level? There is no reason to get to end game that fast. Arabus says, I mean I have gone from 25 to 42 in like 4 hours of casual play so. Bareback says, main quest and guild stuff. Makinksa says, here. Ruby Kicker says, yaw 15k XP per quest. Afromancer says, yeah you can level really fast from main quest. ZYN Overlord says, how/where does one power LVL? Manslayer says, FR guide. Tsukiyumi says, EA 3333. Kiko Games TTOK says, I just want to get my wife and friends to level 35-ish. Manslayer says, guide spittin' on. MTX Drew says, power level though main story quest. MTX Drew says, we'll get you to 62. Ruthless RU says, respawn time BS. Diamond DT says, kill rabbits, they're most XP. Future King says, chop every tree you see. Fireflame says, just FYI it's easy to turn off global chat in your settings in case anyone doesn't know, or forgot until now like me. Cremus says, how do you change your starting zone? Deku says, Christ did load. Rip Mansfield says, global chat is part of the experience. Neighbor says, fart in Erebus mouth. Erebus says, he wishes. Aeturnum's Rest says, at Cremus no such thing anymore. Cremus says, aw. Riot says, damn they changed Brimstone Town setup, it looks weird. Tad LOC says, Tad LOC dances. Xing Xing says, WTS reinforced Orichalcum Great Axe Charm Orichalcum Fire Staff Charm. Frenetically says, fight at Brightwood Fort. Neighbor says, Erebus likes gobbling fat POO. Mumul says, lol lololo. Erebus says, confirmed 13-year-old LOL. Erebus says, so funny LOL. Etherlight says, can come through in a couple minutes. Erebus says, never heard jokes like these before LOL. Xing Xing says, reinforced Orichalcum Great Axe Charm Orichalcum Fire Staff Charm WTS. Frenetically says, we are outnumbered, need help. Erebus says, you done? Need a diaper change yet buddy? Ruby Kicker says, where? Zareth says, yeah we're outnumbered and outleveled. Laughing face, these guys are 50s. Ruby Kicker says, I will come. Makinksa says, regroup. Mason Face says, howdy do all you fools. Frenetically says, Brightwood Fort.
Okay, I'm going to turn off the chat now. I'm done. But it's fun to do for a couple of hours, you know, and listen to it.
Erebus says, dude really thinks he's funny or witty. Cremus says, does the main quest meet in the middle somewhere?
Okay, text to speech goes off. Ooh, I want that. Oh, no, first spine. Oh. So what happened to the video that I was watching? Yeah, we were in the middle of the PDF and it kind of like didn't finish.
To vote. Go to vote.org. You can find all the different things that you can vote on locally in your election. You can come up with an election game plan. Vote early. If you can, just get that shit out of the way. Because election day is now just 20 days away. The countdown continues. But then, you know, taking a quick break from the news, are you struggling to turn your brain off when you hit the pillow? Right? Tossing, turning, waking up multiple times during the night. I mean, it's sadly common for a lot of us. But thanks to a sponsor of today's PDS, Beam Dream, their sleep supplement made with the highest quality sleep promoting ingredients helps you unwind after a long day and get that restful sleep that we deserve. You know, I've been using Dream for years now, and I've noticed a big difference in my sleep quality. But the best part being, I do not feel groggy in the morning. I wake up feeling refreshed. With no added sugar and only 15 calories per serving, Beam Dream comes in a variety of delicious flavors. My personal favorites include peanut butter and the original flavors, cinnamon cocoa, which I still love. And hey, if you're feeling festive, try the white chocolate peppermint. And also, here's the kicker. Just one scoop of Beam Dream is clinically shown to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep through the night, and wake up feeling rejuvenated. Also, if a hot drink's not your thing, just pour Dream over ice. Plus, they also have Beam's Dream capsules, which are great to have when traveling. So find out the easiest way to get sleep and stay asleep when you go to shopbeam.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco or scan the QR code to get up to 35% off with my exclusive discount. But then, okay, so y'all, it is time for a deep dive. And the way I want to start this is to say, imagine for a second that you or someone you know has to have surgery. And the doctor, they do everything right? They follow the latest guidance, but still, somehow something goes wrong. And then maybe a few years later, you find out that guidance, it was wrong. And in fact, that guidance was based on research that's now not only been debunked, but also should have never been published in the first place. And unfortunately, I'm here to tell you that that might just be happening more than you think. And that's because scientific misconduct, from just carelessness to outright fraud, it happens way more than most people realize. In fact, it's not only tolerated, it is arguably incentivized by the nature of academic publishing today. And the wrongdoers, they're rarely held accountable. And so to just dive in, let me start the whole thing by telling you about Don Poldermans. He was a medical researcher at Erasmus Medical Center in the Netherlands. And he spent years analyzing the risk of complications during cardiovascular surgery, publishing hundreds of papers, accumulating thousands of citations, and making a name for himself as one of the most influential researchers in the field. And he was especially well known for his work on what are known as beta blockers, or they're the type of medicine that limits the effects of certain hormones in the body in order to slow down someone's heartbeat and lower their blood pressure. With Poldermans publishing dozens of papers on that topic alone, with one of the big questions he looked into being basically whether it'd be a good idea to give patients a beta blocker before certain surgeries. And his research, it said yes. So not long after, European medical guidelines and, to a lesser extent, American guidelines recommended the practice. But then the problem? Polderman's data was fudged. Or at least in 2011, that medical center fired Poldermans for scientific misconduct, with him then saying in a statement that research carried out under his leadership was not always performed in accordance with current scientific standards, with him specifically claiming that in his influential beta blocker study, quote, it was found that he used patient data without written permission, used fictitious data, and that 2 reports were submitted to conferences which included knowingly unreliable data. And then finally there, it said that, quote, there were no medical implications for the patients who took part in the studies. But here's the thing. While that may be true, there were almost certainly medical implications for patients who didn't take part in the studies. In 2014, a new meta-analysis came out evaluating whether to use beta blockers before non-cardiac surgery. And it found that beta blockers made it 27% more likely that someone would die within 30 days of their surgery. Or in other words, the policy Poldermans had recommended on the basis of falsifying data and that had been subsequently adopted by the European medical establishment was actually dramatically increasing the chances of people dying. And in fact, in 2014, 2 of the people behind the meta-analysis estimated that there may have been as many as 800,000 extra deaths that could have been otherwise avoided. Which also, to be clear here, that is a rough estimate, and that number is still hotly debated. But then also going beyond that, Poldermans, while accepting that mistakes were made, has denied that he intentionally faked any data. But intentional or not, there is no doubt that if you are faking medical research, you're playing with people's lives. And there, I mean, just to give an example that everyone can relate to, let's talk about COVID-19. In 2020, near the start of the pandemic, there was a paper published in The Lancet, which if you don't know, I mean, that's one of the most prestigious and well-regarded scientific journals in the world. And this study that it published, it claimed to have looked at more than 96,000 coronavirus patients across the world. And after controlling for age, sex, and how sick the subjects were, they found that patients receiving hydroxychloroquine or something similar were about twice as likely to die as those who didn't. What we saw is within days, the World Health Organization suspending its study of the drug due to safety concerns. But at the same time, people looking closely at the study began seeing problems. But I mean, for one, the study reported more COVID-19 deaths of enrolled patients in the Australia portion than there were COVID-19 deaths in the entire country. And then the hospital supposedly enrolled in the study revealed they had never heard of the company that conducted it. And so the paper was quickly retracted, and luckily, hydroxychloroquine is not, in fact, an effective COVID-19 treatment. So as far as like these sorts of things go that we're talking about, no harm done. But of course, that is not always the case. More than one bogus study helped perpetuate the myth that ivermectin was some sort of COVID-19 miracle drug, with it then actually becoming a focal point of the anti-vaxxer, vaccine-hesitant movement. But despite everything that we're talking about, holding people accountable is often impossible. If you are a surgeon and a patient dies on your table and there's evidence of malpractice, you can bet your ass there's gonna be lawsuits. I mean, fuck, you might even face face criminal charges. But if you conduct research on surgery and a patient dies on the table of a surgeon following your advice and there is evidence of misconduct or fraud, you might get fired. I mean, Holderman's, he lost his job, but most of his papers weren't even retracted and he's faced no further consequences. And that is in no way unusual. I mean, take it from Elizabeth Vick. She studies scientific fraud and has personally discovered dozens of cases of altered images in medical journals, and she says it's very rare that people lose jobs over it, with her even telling Vox, if the most serious consequence for speeding was a police officer saying, don't do that again, everyone would be speeding. You know, with that, I should say that these cases that we've talked about so far, they are of course just a fraction of the overall problem. I mean, in 2023, the number of papers retracted by scientific research journals topped 10,000 for the first time. Now, of course, with that, some of that is due to increased awareness of the issue here, new tools for detecting fraud, as well as there being a growing army of volunteer sleuths who analyze academic literature for anomalies. But even with that said, Ivan Oransky and Adam Marcus, who founded a group called Retraction Watch, they say that the number of retractions is almost definitely a vast undercount of how much misconduct and fraud exists. With them estimating there should be at least 100,000 retractions every year, and some think that it should be even higher. And a lot of that here has to do with what's known as paper mills. These are sketchy companies that sell entire papers, authorship slots, or citations to a researcher's work to make it seem more important. And a big thing is that in some cases, journal editors have been bribed to accept articles, and paper mills have also managed to plant their own agents on editorial boards who then allow falsified work to be published. In fact, one investigation identified several paper mills and more than 30 editors of reputable journals who appear to have been involved in this type of activity. And I mean, just last May, major scientific publisher Wiley basically had no choice but to shut down 19 scientific journals after retracting more than 11,000 sham papers. So understandably, people are worried that all this fraud is going to have a domino effect. Right? I mean, you have people like Dorothy Bishop of Oxford University saying, in many fields, it is becoming difficult to build up a cumulative approach to a subject because we lack a solid foundation of trustworthy findings.
Gotta start putting down
worse
camps.
And worse. Added, people are building careers on the back of this tidal wave of fraudulent science and could end up running scientific institutes and eventually be used by mainstream journals as reviewers and editors. And then you also have folks like Malcolm McLeod of Edinburgh University saying, scientific knowledge is being polluted by made-up material. We are facing a crisis. But then also with all of this, you have Oransky, right, one of the guys who co-founded Retraction Watch. He says that paper mills are not the problem, but a symptom of the actual problem. With them going on to say the problems in scientific literature are long-standing and they're an incentive problem. And the metrics that people use to measure research feed a business model, a ravenous sort of insatiable business model. And there, people like him point to the fact that university rankings rely heavily on the number of citations gained by work produced by the institution's researchers. Right? When universities move up the rankings, the more top-tier students and faculty they attract, along with more funding. And of course, with this, the journals are making money too. Right? Authors and universities, they pay journals anywhere from hundreds of dollars to more than $10,000 to publish their papers and make them available without a subscription. And with that, researchers are often required, either explicitly or by implication, to publish papers in order to earn and keep jobs or to be promoted. Right? As explained by Marcus Manafo of Bristol University, if you have growing numbers of researchers who are being strongly incentivized to publish just for the sake of publishing, while we have a growing number of journals making money from publishing the resulting articles, you have a perfect storm. And so with all this, forgetting trying to reform the whole system, even trying to hold individual wrongdoers accountable, it faces major obstacles. Right? Because they fight back. I mean, in one shocking case from back in 2006, a Bangladeshi researcher had his colleague murdered when he discovered the researcher's academic fraud. And that researcher, along with his accomplice, was hung last year. Though of course, that is an extreme example. More often what we see are scientists accused of faking it, filing frivolous lawsuits against the people who point it out. And so that ends up making it so that people are afraid to speak out. Take, for example, Francesca Gino, a Harvard Business School professor famous for her research on the subject of dishonesty. Kind of perfect for the story today. Right, and in 2023, questions about her work surfaced in an article appearing on the Chronicle of Higher Education. But then not long after, a blog run by 3 behavioral scientists publishing a 4-part series finding evidence of fraud in 4 academic papers co-authored by Gino. Right, and so she was placed on administrative leave. But last year, Harvard Business School released a report finding her responsible for the alleged misconduct and recommending that she be fired. Though notably, throughout all this, Gino maintained her innocence. And in fact, she filed a defamation lawsuit against both Harvard and the bloggers who first published the allegation. And that's an issue, because Gino doesn't have to win her lawsuit for it to have an impact. As outlets like Vox explained, she doesn't need to propose a credible theory of how the data manipulation could have happened without her involvement. In the words of defamation lawyer Ken White, the process is the punishment. And With that, people like C.K. Gonzalez, an expert in research ethics, says that institutions often just stop investigating someone after they leave, which means potential future employers are totally unaware of the person's history of allegation. Notably, she said one of the main reasons why is that the institution is afraid a researcher will sue them for defamation if anything leaks out. Though, of course, with that said, we have people that say you have to give people the benefit of the doubt, right? Because honest mistakes do happen. And in some cases, it is very hard to distinguish misconduct from someone just fucking up. For example, last January, a molecular biologist by the name of Sholto David uncovered evidence of widespread data manipulation in various cancer studies. And notably, this included leading researchers at the Harvard-affiliated Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. And among them is the Institute's CEO and COO. With that then leading to the retraction of 6 papers and an investigation, with the Institute's research integrity officer Barrett J. Rollins saying, the presence of image discrepancies in a paper is not evidence of an author's intent to deceive. And that's true, right? Like I said, mistakes happen. But you also have people like David also saying, the expectation is that scientists who do this research have high standards and are very careful in what they do. And asking how many errors are acceptable before we think something more worrying is happening. So of course, with that whole incentive structure that we talked about before, some people argue that mistakes are more likely. Or because even if someone doesn't outright commit fraud, they might rush things or cut corners to get publishable results. Which, speaking of that cancer research, in 2021, a $2 million 8-year attempt to replicate influential cancer research papers ended with the realization that fewer than half of the experiments could actually be reproduced. But then all of that, of course, brings us to the question of what should be done. For the more extreme cases with clear-cut cases of intentional fraud, right, you have people talking about criminalizing, right? They say a new statute narrowly tailored to scientific fakery could make it clearer where to draw the line between carelessness and fraud. But of course, that has problems too, right? In complex cases like these, courts can take years to deliver justice. Because in any case, most judges and juries aren't well equipped to analyze the data themselves. So besides that, people like the founders of Retraction Watch have offered other recommendations for how this could be handled outside of the courtroom, right? One thing would be to give government agencies such as the Office of Research Integrity more teeth and better funding. Another would be to stop relying so much on citations as a metric of quality. Finally, they say scientific journals get rid of the so-called pay-for-play business model that, quote, by charging researchers to publish their work has the effect of putting the veneer of legitimacy up for sale. But with all that, whether you are in or out of the world of research, in or out of the world of academia, I'd love to know your thoughts here. So if you did leave a comment, I'd love to know if you do or do not have a background in this. But the final thing I want to say here is this is not all to say that we shouldn't trust scientists, because it is a very big problem, but there are also countless qualified, well-meaning researchers putting out high-quality work that could very well save any of our lives one day. But that also doesn't mean we turn a blind eye to this. If anything, the changes need to be made to help them. But that, my friends, brings us to the end of today's show. Thank you for watching. For more news you need to know, I got you covered here and here. Make sure you subscribe. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar. In today's video,
TikTok is in serious trouble right now from some ordinary gamers. I've liked and subbed to your channel. Thank you, PDF. I've liked and subbed to your channel.
To vote. Go to vote.org. You can find all the different things that you can vote on locally in your election. You can come up with an election game plan. Vote early. If you can, just get that shit out of the way. Because election day is now just 20 days away. The countdown continues. But then
3 weeks, huh?
hello guys and gals, me Mudahar. In today's
It's
video,
cold. I'm gonna shut my
we're gonna be
door.
taking a look at why the government hates TikTok.
It's cold, and I'm gonna shut my door. I'll be right back. Or my door's shut. I need to turn on the heater. It's too cold. I'm gonna pee while I'm up.
TikTok so much. Ladies and gentlemen, TikTok is apparently being sued by several states. One of the key infringing aspects was the fact that TikTok allows kids to be exploited through live streaming. Kids are being mentally, tortured through algorithms that TikTok provides, and their personal information is being hijacked by this Chinese company. Now, I want to start this video off by telling you and asking you a question. Do you think the internet is safe for children?
No.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I would say probably not these days, okay? There's a lot of applications and a lot of games, a lot of groups that are specifically out there targeting children. And I'm not saying that things were somehow different back during my day. When I was a kid, the internet wasn't as mature as it is now. But I think the internet can still be used safely by children, providing that their parents do something known as parenting in order to make sure their children are safe accessing the interwebs. You don't just leave a child unfettered access to the internet. That's just bad stuff waiting to happen. So to start this off with, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things I wanted to go off with was obviously talking about, crazy articles that I would find on the internet, right? That would talk about how the internet was allowing kids into virtual clubs. So this one piece by the BBC back in 2022 made me laugh as soon as I got to the part where they talk about VR chat. So VR chat, for anybody that doesn't know, is a user-generated content-ridden application where you can just basically talk to people with, VR goggles. It was where, like, Ugandan Knuckles was sort of a meme. It's a place where you can get access to and basically go into tons of safer workroom. But there's plenty of rooms where you can go and sit and attend virtual strip clubs, okay? Now, is VR chat any different than a bunch of kids loading up Grand Theft Auto 5 that their parents bought them and going to the Vanilla Unicorn together? I would say the GTA version might be a bit more titillating. The VR chat might be a bit more cringe-inducing. But of course, to me, this isn't much different than like adult video websites that typically age-gated back in the day by going out of their way and saying, hey, are you 18 or not? Now you find me a child that ever clicked on, oh my god, I am under 18. I better get off this website, dog. No child was that stupid. Everyone clicked on the, oh yeah, I'm like 30 years old. I'm good. And then you get access to their websites, and the websites don't care as long as you get traffic and revenue that comes out of anybody accessing your website. So of course, the other thing that I ended up seeing recently that blew my mind was this one actual research paper by the Hindenburg Research Group, where it was published a couple days ago, and it's titled Roblox, Inflated Key Metrics for Wall Street and a Pedo Hellscape for Kids. Now, obviously, with a title like that, Hindenburg Research is putting a fucking lot of legal pressure onto their ass. But they talk about crazy stuff on Roblox. They talk about how tons of children access it and how it's a botted platform in the sense of showing tons of people on the actual internet using bot tools to create multiple instances and access Roblox, as they've even done themselves here. So in one case, they linked to this one Vietnamese group with like 55,000 members, but yet they can only muster 3 likes, where they've got these, crazy rigs that are designed not just for gaming, but to also host tons of these like virtual farms where they're running these mobile games, they're running instances of Roblox, like up to 30 in some cases, all for the benefit of actually farming. So in this case, according to Hindenburg Research, they were just grabbing Blox Fruit, like one of the most popular games, and selling in-game farmed assets for like $45, okay? The fact that you can make a shit ton of money like this shows that even in today's day and age, if you're a hustler, you can eat pretty well. So of course, the more you go down into it, the wilder it ends up getting, but where it really gets into a really scary landscape is when they talk about their part 2, where they showcase tons of screenshots from games like School Simulator, where I'm going to block this, by the way, but, obviously the words I'm censoring is the R word, the N word, the B word, and a certain symbol that was used by the German government between the decades of the 20s and the 40s, okay? Wild shit! So the more you go down into it, the more you realize that there's tons of games that are just sitting unfettered, like tons of accounts too, like for instance, Jeff Epstein supporters just running their account over here, spending times in Kids Relief Concert. Seems like a pretty... It seems normal. And then, of course, the more you go down into it, the more you find really disgusting stuff like this Adult Studios group wall, where, again, they even link to it as well, too, where you can read it entirely. Oh, well, that group has been locked. Wonder why. And you can see stuff like where these people are talking about selling stuff, like profile for, discs, 8-inch... Oh. Femboy selling to... Ad for a... This is an app for kids looking for a sugar daddy. We'll do. I love how they did S equals H DHVA just so they can bypass the shitty Roblox moderation. We'll do anything you say for money. How much you want to bet these are all like 40-year-old gooners sitting together on Discord trying to siphon money out of each other, dude? So yeah, obviously it's pretty fucked up reading this kind of stuff. And when you start looking more into it, you start to realize that yes. Even in some in-app experiences where they're running apparently like these, strip clubs and like videos that are adult, you'll find out that they're actually, you know, pushing insufficient funds or trying to get people to purchase alleged videos, right? Or purchase like things through the in-game microtransactions. And then, of course, you'll find tons of games like, Escape from, The Road to Diddy's Diddy Party, Freaky Diddy Simulator, Diddy Survival,
Diddy Survival,
Child Labor. Dude, this is fucking insane, bro. And of course, they don't even hide it. They just like straight up show you, like, if you look for it, you'll find it, literally, like, keyword Diddy. Bust all over her body and hair. Yeah, I think we're done with that one. Oof, goddamn. Never thought I'd be looking at Roblox titties at some point today, Jesus. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, to go back to the original point of this, TikTok, right? TikTok is being currently sued by, again, tons of U.S. government agencies right now for, again, their lack of taking care of these children and, unfortunately, possibly violating the privacy statutes and, harvesting data from these children. So there's one lawsuit that I was looking at, which is, again, from this redacted public filing. And again, there's plenty of other actual complaints.
I look so weird.
The state of Vermont versus TikTok, where they actually talk about numerous things. Like, for instance, they talk about TikTok knows prolonged and compulsive use of its app is dangerous and harms the well-being of this state's children, right? They use coercive design to induce overuse in ways that harm children, right? So they talk about filters, push notifications, TikTok Live, the infinite scrolls, and again, that all important algorithm, the recommendations engine. So when they talk about kids being exploited through the live system, I'm going to go exactly to page 69 where they discuss this specifically. They say that TikTok knows live drives financial and exploitation of children, contrary to its representations and commitments to safety. So TikTok represents that it does not allow content that may put young people at risk of psychological, physical, or developmental harm. The company further expresses, we are deeply committed to TikTok being a safe and positive experience for people under the age of 18. So when they talk about it, they say the company knows the live is unsafe and exploits children financially. Like operating in part like a virtual strip club, Live provides young streamers with a performance stage and allows other users to entice streamers into acts for exchange of virtual money. So as they described, they said that it encourages users to buy coins and send gifts. You know those NPC like TikTok memes where they're just like spamming them with gifts? That's what it's like here. The company is fully aware that these monetary rewards encourage predatory behaviors or soliciting, or whatever blank is, or soliciting gifts in exchange for promises during live streams that are never fulfilled. Research confirms this. Study shows that younger generations report higher rates of victimizations from online fraud, like whatever, than adults. TikTok knows this well, admitting that blank on live leads to blank, 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 blank.
In fact, even pretty recently, there was apparently an internal investigation allegedly at TikTok with actual documents apparently uncovered by NPR and Kentucky Public Radio, where apparently the actual executives were pretty aware of the harm that the app actually caused teens, for instance. And they did discover that there was a high number of underage streamers receiving gifts or coins in exchange for stripping. So if this is something that is so, blatantly happening, this isn't even the first time discovered. There's a great video by Upper Echelon Gaming who actually dove into the subject as well about over a year ago, where he pretty much explained that this situation has been happening. And to be honest with you, I don't really agree that TikTok, didn't have any idea of it even when that video came out. This was something that was kept under the rug, in my opinion, until obviously state lawsuits had to be filed against TikTok for them to even acknowledge this.
So they reference this one Forbes article, like how TikTok Live became a... Oh, God, dude, these headlines are insane, bro. Reports that teens and other users were being exploited over live, where older adults enticed younger users live streaming to perform explicit acts in exchange for gifts. These included a 14-year-old who told viewers that they were paying her bills in exchange for viewing. So immediately they start even listening to the CNN, which this is all new to me. Apparently CNN created a test account for a 14-year-old, and just after 17 minutes of use on the first day, the account was flooded with suggestive live recommendations in the For You feed on the user's account. These included live videos of girls in short shorts, with the reporter stating all we're really seeing is this girl's bottom in the frame. It looks like that's the point of this video. So it almost feels similar to like Twitch TV, like when you start to see like a lot of these like bikini streamers who are on like a website that is, you know, intermixed with like adults and kids, and with like these bit systems, with like all these donation systems in place, you know, kids really are taking advantage. You really are bringing a strip club over to the kiddos. Except, at least in Twitch's case, I don't see anybody under the age of 18, you know, becoming a bikini streamer. It seems like on TikTok, really, it seems like anybody under the age of 18 is just allowed to, you know, kind of access like this pretty unfettered. And that's one of the claims being brought against TikTok. So in another redacted public filing over here, they talk about TikTok knows the prolonged compulsive use of its app proposes a profound risk to the harm and mental health of an adult or a young person's well-being. So again, going to like that exact page over here, what they're talking about specifically is children are a crucial market for TikTok. They are highly connected to the internet, more likely to have more social media accounts, and more likely to spend their free time on social media swiping through an app. Additionally, children often influence the behavior of their parents and younger siblings, opening potential market for other age groups. So TikTok admitted the app only blank blank, but that blank blank, TikTok is well aware and exploits how valuable kids are to its business. Yet, because their still developing minds are susceptible to social media overuse and the myriad harm it inflicts, they're a especially vulnerable market, and TikTok knows, indeed, has carefully studied all of this. So they start talking about how obviously children are young. They start to go into the idea of dopamine systems, participate in the neural coding of reward and motivated behavior. The precise area that is stimulated by reward patterns, like those leveraged by TikTok, the heightened sensitivity of the dopamine system during adolescence, coupled with the underdeveloped prefrontal cortex, makes 13 to 17-year-olds on TikTok highly susceptible to risky behaviors, temptations, and manipulations by the reward systems. So obviously the reward system being those likes and promotions, right? And that's why you probably see a lot of those insane TikTok challenges that occur, where kids put themselves into harm's way for a lot of those likes. Something you probably won't see like an adult like me do, but you'll see like a child probably want to emulate because they know that it gives them some reward that they crave, which are those likes. And this can obviously be pretty accurate for any social media platform. Whether it be YouTube, Instagram, anything, it's not just exclusive to TikTok, which is where I kind of have a different view with this lawsuit, but we'll get to that later. So where they talk about unlicensed money transmissions, and we're going to go back to the live stuff, they avoid enacting proper safeguards around their virtual monetary system by avoiding registering as a money transmitter. Payment systems on digital platforms that facilitate the storage and exchange of money like TikTok's must have safeguards to protect users and prevent criminal activity, which is true. You have to do that in order to prevent things like, again, what they're referencing, money laundering and fraud. So those safeguards are necessary to protect users. For example, some jurisdictions require banks and peer-to-peer platforms to have adequate oversight, reporting, and consumer protections in place. But most of the virtual currency exchanging that occurs on TikTok, they don't do any auditing, allegedly, no documentation, or not even a cap on the amount of money that you can spend or receive. So if you wanted to, I guess, you know, give off like thousands of dollars, it's not like TikTok's going to jump in the middle and say, there's a daily limit, allegedly. According to this lawsuit, you can pretty much do what you want. So in a totally like separate lawsuit as well too, again, similar to this, they talk about other actual like TikTok trends that have caused debts and illegal behavior. So one of those are challenges, right? So challenges are campaigns that encourage users to create and post certain types of videos on TikToks. So, you know, metas that we make fun of on YouTube. So one of them they talked about was this one right here, which is obviously kind of blaming TikTok for something I don't really think it has much control over. So, for example, a mother of a 15-year-old Manhattan boy who died subway surfing, attempting to surf on top of a moving subway car, found videos promoting subway surfing on a challenge on his TikTok account. He also received an ad for a ski mask, which is used to hide an identity. Now, I didn't know that this was a thing. I thought Subway Surfers was just like a video game that you played on the side to retain viewers, right? Like, literally. I could right now talk about Linux file management. I could talk about Linux package managers. I could sit here, talk about fucking apt-get, Pac-Man, Yum. I could talk about the Linux kernel and the differences between BSD and Linux. And as long as I've got Subway Surfers on the side, you probably sat through and listened to me scream that shit out. That's how useful having gameplay footage on the side really is. It's like watching clips of any like creator talk about shit and then just having Grand Theft Auto like online stunt footage running. People will just stick and watch it. I didn't know that actually subway surfing was a thing. I didn't know this was a fucking crime that was being done on the internet and shown. Guys, if you see a subway, it's best not to jump on top and surf it, okay? There's a good chance, a very good chance, you can die. All right, do not do it at all. So again, when you go down even further into it, they actually mention another thing, like the Kia challenge, which shows kids how to hack the ignition and start many Kias and Hyundai car models. Dog, just say they're teaching kids how to like steal vehicles at this point. So they reference obviously the Kia challenge, which if you watch videos from channels like Tommy G, they actually have produced a documentary where they've shown Kias being stolen. I mean, this one literally almost hit a fire hydrant. Insane shit. And it's just a bunch of these like gangsters who are stealing Kias, right? And the way that they've stolen Kias is literally by accessing the wheel well right over here, and or the stealing column, and just effectively starting it, I believe, with like a USB cord. Now, from my understanding, these Kia vehicles did not have any immobilizers. Until 2011, most vehicles were manufactured with immobilizers. They said until 2011. Electronic safety devices that prevent an engine from being started unless a proper key is inserted. A system present in most Hyundai models until 2016. So Kia Sportage models manufactured in 2010, the immobilizer system comprised of a transponder, an IntelliCoil, and a SmartTray unit. Kia vehicles manufactured from 2011 to 2021, and Hyundai vehicles manufactured from 2016 and 2021 use a steel key in comparison to a key fob and a push-button start mechanism lack immobilizers.
Sure,
So,
I'll take your
most
free
vehicles
strong
that have
alkalis,
engine
thanks.
Immobilizers, right, to prevent people from, like, you know, stealing them with, like, you know, fucking stolen keys or any off-the-brand USB method like this didn't exist in this brand of vehicles, which allowed them to be stolen pretty relatively easily. So yeah, obviously you probably shouldn't buy a Korean vehicle from these specific years if you're worried about, you know, your fucking car being stolen. Especially when the methodology is taught so openly on sites like TikTok. So again, to go back to it, what they said was a study of adolescents and young adults, that unfortunately includes people like Jack Doherty, to participate in dangerous challenges where engaging in online challenges to gain likes and views were reportedly as high importance to these people, right? So again, for them, it's getting those likes and views. That's all that mattered. It didn't matter if they were going to get arrested. It didn't matter if they were going to lose their lives. As long as, you know, they got a viral fucking hit out of it, dying might have actually been worth it. And the thing is, obviously, TikTok has been fingered for this, but I think most social media is really to blame for it. But it really is something that I think has been quite popular. Some of these challenges have started, from my understanding, on TikTok, and they've died there. Showing that, obviously, TikTok let this stuff roam free until, of course, the news started covering it. So where it gets filthy is when they talk about TikTok violating COPPA, right? Now, obviously in the United States, data privacy is not uniform. There's actually several laws that exist for different aspects of data privacy. So, for instance, in the medical field, you've got things like HIPAA. If you're a child under the age of 13, you are protected or should be protected by a set of laws known as COPPA. So COPPA requires parental consent before collecting the personal information of children under the age of 13. And I think we all can understand that probably collecting information on children that are under the age of 13 is not good universally. So what they said is TikTok collected personal information from its users, you know, that it knew were under 13 years old without first obtaining that parental consent. So what they've also said is TikTok did not properly screen out or age gate users under 13 from its platform prior to collecting any of that COPPA-covered personal information, despite being directed to children. For example, until 2019, TikTok did not require users to state their age at all to create an account, which obviously is never good. So TikTok's conduct through collecting this personal information without providing the requisite notice of its users violates COPPA and Children's Online Privacy Protection Rule, a federal statute and regulation that protects children's privacy and their safety online. So obviously, none of that is good information. And any website or really any group that wants to take advantage of children like this and access their information is not something that I think should ever be protected. And you might be wondering, okay, Muda, what about like Facebook and all these other companies? Why don't they go after them? The actual thing is they do. The government goes not just after TikTok, but there's another lawsuit that I'm showing you right here where they went after Meta and Instagram. So where they talk about Meta routinely violates COPPA in operation of Instagram and Facebook by just collecting personal information without ever acquiring that verifiable parental consent is what's really important for them, right?
Ooh,
now,
money.
obviously, this, you know, one thing that I don't really like is when people don't, you know, talk about these situations with complete impartiality. Obviously, the government does care about, you know, children through this COPPA lens. It's not just TikTok, it's plenty of these social media companies that they're effectively going up against. So yes, they brought up the case, they talked about it specifically, but one thing that I don't like about this, and I'm going to again be scathing to the government, is the real punishments of violating COPA, right? Like, if you look at the penalties over here, COPA violations can reach a maximum penalty of $50,000 and $150,000 of violation, effectively. But the thing is, it's like, okay, so yes, if you're bringing up this cause, and there can be children that are or there can be a situation where obviously, you know, money is fined to some of these companies, as long as like there's no penalty where like they're restricted to, you know, operate their service, or you know, somebody is going to jail, a lot of this fine just gets added to what is a company's budget, right? Like if Facebook knows that they're going to, you know, get sued, or if TikTok knows, for instance, right, they're going to get hit with these violations, and they know that it's going to cost them like $100 million. What the fuck prevents them from going to their Chinese overlords and going, yeah, we just need $100 million as like, you know, the budget for our punishment? And a lot of these things are factored into a budget. They know that at some point they'll get hit, and as long as they have that money just put away, they can walk away violating the privacy of children without ever really worrying about real consequences, because they just have the money to pay for it. That's the real problem with some of these laws sometimes. It's like, yes, there is an actual punishment. It's just that if you're rich, the punishment doesn't matter. If you're poor, though, who gives a fuck? And especially when it comes to these multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar companies, where they just have an infinite amount of resource to go through, it doesn't really matter. They can break the law and get away with it. So obviously, where I really think this whole argument is going to is not just about kids. I think the government doesn't really, in a lot of cases, care about children. I think it's just a gateway for them to go after something that they deem more serious. So back in 2023, this one letter was written to President Biden where they asked President Biden to act immediately on a national security order to force the sale of assets of TikTok to the US. So if you don't know, there's time that's ticking down where literally, I think it's January of next year, where TikTok has to give up its company or they risk being banned. Now, obviously, I don't think TikTok's going to ever sell their branch or do anything. They'll just take the ban and call it a day. But yeah, a lot of the U.S. tech companies and politicians were talking about being, you know, seriously worried about data being stolen from the U.S. Not just children, but really anybody. And of course, the influence that comes with a foreign country social media app in your country, right? So where they talk about this as public servants, we bear a profound responsibility to protect the well-being of future generations by mitigating potential hazards in a digital realm. This entails equipping users with the knowledge required to navigate online risks. Additionally, we must empower parents with the tools to effectively monitor and comprehend their child's online activities without compromising their future. So where they say TikTok must not be used as a tool for surveillance and indoctrination, which this word is...
I always thought the Fallout was EAC, but no, I guess not. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Well, I'd like to go check my daily and stuff. You know, I haven't been checking my daily because I assumed that they wouldn't let me in, but I guess they will. Lookup failed. Uh-oh. Why did lookup fail? Okay. It's good to know. Good to know. So 76 is on the table there. That's actually interesting. 76 is on the table, which is cool. I thought 76 was EAC, but they're not. And that's actually really cool. That's very good. Yeah, I guess I just fight bees for a while, I guess. Yeah, is that kind of the vibe here? Yeah, and then I just fucking fight bees all the time. Oh, I'm out. I don't want to dock. I just want to go...
Your skill has increased.
I just want to go farm.
Warp drive active.
I didn't win this Master Arms, but I got money. Oh my god, I gotta keep gambling and placing. I mean... Today I didn't even place anything because I'm gonna let it all expire and do it all at once. But I made so much money. I made like 500 mil while I was sleeping. I don't need to worry about when somebody kills me.
Your skill has increased.
Not even when it's like 2 billion or something. It doesn't matter. I don't need to worry. I have like cracked this game's code or whatever it is. I don't know what you could really call it. It's not buying it either. It's just, you know, the hypernet. Ooh, grats. Pan Dolce.
Your skill has increased.
Grats. Okay, so, yeah, here. Anybody here? No, nobody's here. We're going out to the Bez.
Your
Yeah,
skill
we're going out
has
to the
increased.
Bez. Approach the Bez. Yeah. I want to go compare the price of Bez and Telassanite, which we can easily do. Okay, let's see how quiet it is. If I can do one load without getting ganked, I'll come out in the prospect and I'll put the prospect at risk because I made 15 prospects while I was sleeping. So who cares? I frankly do not care. I don't care. I'm going to start mining in a prospect because the hypernet can absolutely support that. My hypernet dealings will support me running prospects all the time. And I probably should because it's like a lot more money, you know? It's not a lot more money, but it's more money for the time. Now, can the worm kill me? The worm can kill me. I need to just stay off worms in general. The magic is just bad. It's a bad idea. Last time I tried to kill a worm at level 1, I died.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, cool. So, yeah, 75 buy order in Jita, 76 410.
Your skill has increased.
Let's go look at my orders today. I can't even remember. I think I've got like... I'm currently selling Bez somewhere in Nalvila. Wait, I guess you can sell Bez in Nalvila. Can you sell Bez in Nalvila? You can. Oh, wow. I should just sell Bez in Nalvila. How long has that been up for? Oh, yeah. That's been up for like 50 days or something. Maybe I should sell tons of Bez. I want to cancel this order. Yeah, do not ask me again if I'm not so good. These are my buy orders, or yeah, I'm buying these Declo Hunter skins, am I? 9 out of 10. Yeah, I want to cancel this order and take my money back. Yeah, that's good. And these Caldari shuttles. I've got 500 fucking Caldari shuttles. I don't need any more of these, and I'm going to take the money back now. Yeah, that's another 40 million. Council Diplos, yeah, and I want to modify, but let's go look at the market details of that in Jita. No, or Hirichi and whatever. Yeah, we'll look at Council Diplos too as well. Next time in Jita anyways. That buy order is old and kind of shitty. That Galnet for 35 million, it's not doing so well. I might rethink that thing too. We'll toss that back into the fucking mix in Jita and I'll worry about it there. Those harvest damage, I bought 20 of them. That's good. Oh, I see an endurance. It's a Noctis Noah. Yeah, I don't care if you're here. You seem to be very close to me. Oh, no, you're only 82 meters big, yeah. Can an endurance kill people? I don't think he can tackle me. Oh, Kiki. I don't care if you take Bez. I never get through it all. huge hornet. God, it's nice that the fireworks aren't there. God damn it, the frames
Your skill
dropped.
has increased.
Frames are not doing so well. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, these frames, they're like not so good.
Your skill has increased.
I think what I want to do is I want to go into sound settings, yeah, and I want to worry about the volume mixer.
Your skill has increased.
And that thing is blasting me. Yeah, I want you to cut down to like 30. Okay, so level 2, 100 XP. I'm gonna get around to more bees, and I have traveled over quite a bit already. I don't know why. Alright, so yeah. Yeah, and that's good because then the master won't blast me.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, that's good. And then it lets me know when I'm getting skill ups and stuff, and it's still good.
Your skill has increased.
Nice. Yeah, it's bees for the foreseeable future. Bees knees, baby. Actually, I don't like my frames, and I believe my settings are too high. It's part of it is because I'm in Everfall. I know it is. So we'll get out of Everfall, I guess. I mean, it won't really matter where I go. Yeah, I want like the full money for these. You guys need to pay.
Your skill has increased.
Flint, Woodlouse
asteroid
bait,
is depleted.
15, Nightcrawler bait. Congratulations. Congrats. Now, Atemia. There's worms and stuff, but I want bees by the door, honestly. Yeah. And Dolce. Okay,
Your
bee.
skill has increased.
Yeah, see, the frames are a little bit better over here, but no, these settings are too high, and I will fix it. It is my fault. Ooh, 51 cents for Nightcrawler bait. That's pretty good. Flint. Yeah, I'll take the 2 cents for it. I'll just take any money you got. Because I want to buy a great
Your
sword
skill
before I
has
leave
increased.
town. I don't care about the stat, but I care about the great sword. Those are going for 20 cents, but you say 45 gold? No, but I'll sell you for 10. Or I don't know. How about 5? I bet you guys would do 5. We do 5? Saltpeter is high value. We'll give it to you. Yeah. Okay, what else we got here? We got bananas. Are people buying bananas now? They are. And buy some bananas. 16 cents. Get you some bananas. Basic mount vitamins will go for 8? No, we'll go for, what's an affordable price? It's like 44 gold. Yeah. Death Wisp is a gold 50. But you say 40. I say 5. I have 477 gold. That's good. Fish roe. You say 40. I say 5. Fire motes. 53 cents. 275. I wouldn't mind grouping in with him and trying to get it, at least for the day. I need to go change my settings in FFXI because these frames, they're okay, but they're not really ideal. Not really. Oops, now what happened here? Oops, Biz. What approach? Oh, I'm out, huh? Or what? Yeah, why did this happen? I don't know. You just stopped mining and I'm off at the edge of the fucking map for some reason. I don't know why. Good, did you log? No, I want you to log. damn it. Log. Okay. Shade cloth. 20 cents. 574. Yeah, we good. Yeah, we good. Old place setting. 28.99. I'll sell them, sure. Yeah. Snail slime. You say 3 gold. They say 49. I guess I'll take the 3 gold. I actually don't mind that. Yeah, whatever. Ooh, the econ's good. Seasoning blend, life wisp, thorny vine. 15 cents per. It's not gonna be worth posting, but cod eyes. A cod's eyeball. They're worth 475 gold a piece. I'll take your fucking bet at that.
The capacitor is empty.
Oh, yep. All right. Okay, so local. Got to keep my eye on local. Or actually, I'm gonna do rookie help. Really. I'm gonna come back in my prospect since he's here because that definitely makes this a lot like safer. I've had a lot of luck here. I've been lately. They've left me alone. I've juked or otherwise, and if I make it a juicier target for him. Mended wounds. Yeah, let's just see what you say. You say 35 gold. Okay. Fey forged rapier. 40 gold. Okay, sure. I guess the market's fixing. That's good. Frogfish tail. Let's see if anybody buys it. Kind of doubt it, but you never know. Fish guts are $18.99, maybe. Tender fish fillet. I'm down to the bottom. Here's an Orichalcum Void Gauntlet Charm. That guy wants them for 10. I'll sell it for 99. Aquanaja. There's several up for market trying to compete with me at 28. I'll say 27.99. Because I want to sell first. Medium sunfish. I don't know. Can I sell this? Yeah, for 21 gold. Yeah. Will you buy it for that? Yeah, right. And all the rest of this isn't really worth my time, I don't think. Rough leather beaded straps. Yes, one sell now. Go. Okay, now we buy. Now we're gonna just kind of keep our eyes on things, make sure nothing's going on. Yep, looks good. $75 gold for that silver piece. That's good. This wicker basket. What's that? 75 gold. I'll take it if you'll sell it. But yeah, right. Small traveler stone. 14 gold. Yeah. Maybe I should just keep capping. Oh, sorry, keep selling until I'm capped. Yeah, look, 49 gold. Let's see if some of this stuff sells. 50 gold. Yeah, right. You guys are going to pay 50 gold for this, but you'll pay 10, I bet. Animal Eye. You say 20 gold. Okay, sure. Yeah, buy Animal Eye. You know, I have some fish here, but I don't want to do this anymore. I've done enough of it. Oh, wait, no. I need to buy a sword. At least a sword. Weapons, two-hand, great sword. Can use, can afford. Sort by eye level. I want a coefficient of life stealing if you have it. Life stealing. Apply. I'll take anything at all if you got it. Nothing at all. Okay. Well, kill the life stealing perk and let's see what you have. There's a 340 for 200. I'm implied to give it to him just because it's the best eye level here. I'm just going to give it to him. It's the best sword here. I'm just going to buy it. Yep. Now, as for cut gemstones, can I get a void stone now? Cut gemstones. Consumable resources. Refined resources. Refined stones? No, I'm not looking for refined stones. I'm looking for cut gemstones. Now, I want to cut flawed amethyst. Yeah, I'm amethyst. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll take it. But I want amethyst. What have you got? You got 90. I'll take it. Sold. I don't care if it's expensive. I like purple swords. I don't fucking care. I like purple swords. I don't care what you say. Yep. Purple swords are the dope shit. Yeah, purple swords, bitch. Purple swords. There it is. Okay, there's my first weapon. Now I've got a glowy sword. Cool glowy sword. I will fuck you up. Now, we're looking for weapons of the magical weapons of the lifestave variety. You know, I didn't think about this, but I didn't look at armor, and I kind of need to in the respect of earrings. No. Clear all, apply. Can I do any earrings? I want you to see. Can use, can afford. Nope. Earrings, amulets. There's an amulet. It's better, but I don't need to spend the money. Amulet, ring. There's a slot that I don't even have. So yeah, we'll buy this 10 focus ring. Yep. And that's all the money I can spend, which is all good. I'm fine with that. We got more stats there. I got to put a gem in it, but I don't have any money. Sales will come through and such, and I can always go farming, but I would like to rather go just keep on doing stuff. So the next thing that I need to do is go to that turn in. Yep. I want to check my PvP. Am I flagged? Yeah. Yep. And then let's go out. Oh, you know, I didn't think about it, but I might actually kind of... No, I'm okay with what I have, I believe. Now my eye level is 313, or gear score, whatever the fuck, so... I mean, that's fine. That's a good eye level or whatever. That's good. Oops, I'm full.
Warp drive active.
Okay, Z's. So there's new rule. What happened to FFXI? Oh, yeah, I was going to change the settings on FFXI. And I now see that maybe high is sort of toxic on the other games too, so I don't know. It's sort of like annoying. Maybe high is sort of greedy, but no, I like high. It's fine. I don't really care. Once I'm out here, the frames are fine. It's just that the town sucks. Oh, sorry.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I mean, we could do borderless window for this game. I don't really see why not. I don't think it affects anything. So, but graphics, the 4096, or I don't know. I guess I could also attempt to do the same with New World. That might actually matter, kind of, but I don't know. 4096 is too high. We'll go back down to 1080 because it still looks good. Yeah. And... you know, I wonder if I can cut to just normal textures and see what it's like with Toon. And see if that cuts a bit of the resource, because it's like, this isn't coming through so well. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Go. I can't stand the breathing noises or the mount noises or any of that stuff, so I turn it down. It doesn't look as good, but we'll see. We'll see what it looks like first. I mean, it looks okay to me, and I'm mainly looking for frames, so we'll go look. Now, you aren't doing my FPS 1 command, which makes me wonder. Oh, look, like now, look, the frames are good now, though, kind of. Sort of. Yeah, game still looks good, but the frames are good. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. There we go. 46 is fine on this game. Hurry up, you.
Your
Okay,
skill has increased.
Nice. We're going to hear that a lot as I level a new character. Yeah, I love that sound. It's like my favorite sound in the world. Except for a woman moaning. Good pleasure. Meemaw Gaming. Sounds good. I don't know, you're dropping frames here a little bit, but as I go around, it kind of solidifies a little bit. It's alright. It's like
Your skill has increased.
gonna come back in the prospect. Board shit.
Warp drive active.
Your skill has increased.
I wonder if I can just drop it off windowed in New World 2.
Your skill has increased.
Will OBS respond? Is it okay? No, OBS won't do this. No. Well, that's okay.
Your skill has increased. Your inventory is full.
I think the sound effects are a bit too loud. Like the footsteps and stuff. Yeah, I think 40 is still too loud. Hey, some of that stuff's selling. Yay. Yeah, I think that's a little loud. I think.
Your inventory is full.
I'm gonna sit. And I will fight more bees. Yay, Final Fantasy Hardcore, and I can listen to the sounds and know if I'm being attacked and I won't die. There's no crappy-ass fireworks firing off for 5 fucking real-life months. Goddamn idiot developers and their poor life choices. Listen to that blissful sound. You know, that's the closest one. Maybe I should go to
Your
the
inventory is full.
furthest one or whatever. Yep. No, I'll just tap close because he's in the expensive ship. I want to give him a chance to get away. Me, I already made this ship in just Hypernet sitting here.
Your inventory is full.
Yeah, I know. Oh, wait, my inventory's full? Oh, really? Damn it, I have to go back. It's so annoying. I don't want to go back. No. Maybe how zoomed in I am is also affecting the frames a little bit. I don't know. That could also be it. I like playing zoomed in because you get to see the mobs up really big on my television screen. It's fucking sweet. But it also might affect frames. I don't know. Yeah, like up close I'm getting 28 right here. out further back, I get 20, like, I don't know. It's about the same, really. It's about the same. Yeah, I can't, I've noticed that this looks a lot different for me.
Your inventory is full.
And I'm gonna fix it. Yeah, I'm going. So why am I way the fuck over here now? Why is that happening? You turned off my micro warp drive and shot me away. Why?
Your inventory is full. Your inventory is full.
Why did you go too far away? Because you didn't turn off the micro warp drive like I wanted you to. You're stupid. Fucking your tick lag is affecting my gameplay. It's fucking shitty. Goddamn worthless ass developers.
Your inventory is full.
Yeah, I know. I'm going. Fucking stop harassing me. I'm going. Doesn't look as good. I'll have to change settings. I don't know. Why can't I get frames on this 20-year-old game? It makes no sense to me.
Your inventory is full.
It's so stupid. It makes no sense. What? Oh, you're not auto sorting. What is why? Oops. There we go. There we are. Okay. So you go in there with all that other stuff. Yup, go. Everything with those. Okay, we're doing a little bit better now. Makes more sense. Okay, so I'm going to teleport now. Wait, you're going the wrong way. I wanted to go over land by the rock and see if I could find any mining spots or anything on the way north. Oh shit. Here's a 21 Freya Mac. I'm gonna take him. Oh no, you don't. Ah, can't catch this guy. Okay. Nice. Motherfuck this the guy, man. Fuck that guy. Fucking annoying. No, see, this is dumb. I need the opener. I need the opener on the first thing. Stupid. That's a bad way to do this. I realize why I lost that guy. And also, I don't have any buffs up or anything at all. Fucking annoying. Fucking annoying. $24. Yeah, joined a faction. Now I kind of want to go light armor because I couldn't catch that guy. Fucking dumb. I don't know. Just don't need these. Alright, I'll give you my chest then.
The asteroid is depleted.